Chapter 85. Chapter 85. Infant Carp Beast Appearance. Chapter 85. Infant Carp Beast Appearance. In the sky above the sea, there were spaceships flying in the same direction. Li Ling Tian felt that something was amiss with the situation. Although it was a Tier 5 Infant Carp Beast mission, even a fool would realize that it was not a simple matter when so many powerhouses went to the same place. A day passed, and the flying ship passed through thick fog. There was no storm in the sky above the sea, and the entire sea was calm. It was as if they had reached the edge of the sea. "All right, let's go down." The next day, Wind Void's voice rang out. The flying ship slowed down and finally landed on an island. Li Ling Tian and the rest alighted from the spaceship as they surveyed the area. There were warrior spirits and martial kings everywhere, and there were even quite a few martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. Wind Void kept the spaceship and led Li Ling Tian and the others into the distance. Li Ling Tian observed them as he walked. There were at least 500 warrior spirits, 500 warrior kings, and at least 30 martial arts grandmasters on this island that was 100 miles in circumference. The group stopped at a quiet place and waited for the top to appear. This infant carp beast only appears once at the designated time. The last time it appeared was 13 days ago. There are still 2 days before it appears again. A Tier 5 infant carp beast is too terrifying. Moreover, there are more than 10 Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences beside the Tier 5 infant carp beast. This will be even more troublesome. The last time it appeared, only a few people knew about it. There weren't many experts either, so no one dared to make a move. Look at how many experts there are now. Naturally, they can easily kill the infant carp beast. Let's rest. After the infant carp beast appears in 2 days, even if we can't defeat it, we'll still have the energy to escape. There are discussions everywhere. According to these people, this infant carp beast should have appeared twice, and no one dared to make a move twice. It would appear once every half a month, and the next time would be the day after tomorrow. In this case, he had to recuperate. Wind Void's danger was no longer a concern in such a place. Facing so many warrior spirits, martial kings, and martial grandmasters, every single one of them would be a threat to him. The infant carp beast will appear in 2 more days. We have to be prepared now. A Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster middle-aged man said loudly. In this place, the cultivation of a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster was considered very powerful. That's right, Your Excellency Yang Ping is right. 3rd or 4th grade infant carp beasts are not a problem. The main problem is 5th grade infant carp beasts. If we are not prepared, no matter how many of us there are, we will only be devoured and killed. Murong Chiodi also catered to Yang Ping's wishes. The level 5 Knighten of the infant carp beast was a mission worth 10 million spirit stones. Moreover, the materials of the infant carp beast were extremely precious. Any one of them was priceless. If everyone fought for the infant carp beast, only a few people would benefit. Even if everyone understood this principle, they had to work together before killing the infant carp beast. Otherwise, let alone killing the infant carp beast, even escaping would be a dream. Brother Yang and Brother Murong are right. Since everyone is here, we should join hands to kill the infant carp beast first. After killing the infant carp beast, we can distribute the materials and treasures according to our abilities. One of the martial arts grandmasters spoke up. Immediately, the other martial arts grandmasters responded. This was a big bone that required everyone to work together to take it down. All of a sudden, all the warrior spirits, martial kings, and martial grandmasters began to prepare. Warrior spirit disciples were in a group of 20, martial king experts were in a group of 10, and martial arts grandmasters were in a group of 5. The warrior spirit team and the warrior king team had joined forces to kill a Tier 3 infant carp beast, while the warrior king team and the martial arts grandmaster team had joined forces to kill a Tier 4 infant carp beast. However, there were only 2 martial arts grandmaster teams that had killed a Tier 4 infant carp beast. The other martial arts grandmasters were all working together to deal with the Tier 5 infant carp beast. There were a total of 47 martial arts grandmasters who were dealing with the Tier 5 infant carp beast. In other words, there were currently 57 martial arts grandmasters here. Even though Wind Void and Yang Ping couldn't see Wind Void's cultivation clearly, they still felt a trace of fear towards this black-robed elder. After the arrangements were made, the island was quiet. With so many experts gathered, if it was any other time, there would definitely be disputes and fights. However, now, no one dared to act rashly. This is for you. Don't die for me. As long as you don't provoke a Tier 5 infant carp beast, I can save your lives. After using this life talisman, don't make a move. Wind Void stared coldly at Yang Ping and the others. He had not expected them to ruin his plan. After gathering Li Lingtian and the others, he gave them a stern order before handing a black jade talisman to them. A hint of reluctance flashed across his eyes. Everyone knew that jade talismans were either defensive, offensive, or some mysterious secret techniques. These jade talismans were all extremely powerful. After putting away the jade talisman, Li Lingtian and the others found a place to meditate and rest. Wind Void's divine consciousness had been locked onto Li Lingtian and the others intentionally or unintentionally. It was clear that Wind Void was worried that they would escape. Little White was sleeping in Li Lingtian's arms with its eyes closed. When everyone saw Little White in Li Lingtian's arms, they looked at it with disdain. A warrior holding a pet, a trash pet without any cultivation, was that not a joke? Time passed by very quickly. 2 days passed by quietly. On the afternoon of the third day, a shocking wave suddenly erupted in the originally calm sea. Li Lingtian and the others stood on the 100-meter-tall boulder and watched the waves on the sea. They were all shocked. Waves came from the sky, crashing into the huge rocks. The entire island was shaking. This was the power of nature. Get ready. The infant carp beast is about to appear. Some people who had seen the situation before the infant carp beast appeared shouted loudly. Immediately, everyone gathered in their teams and began to prepare to attack or defend. A wave disappeared, and the sky and sea fell silent. After 5 minutes, another shocking wave came from the sky. The source of the waves is 100 miles away. It's already beyond the range of my divine sense. The level 5 infant carp beast is indeed powerful to actually be able to stir up this sea area. Li Lingtian was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such waves. He believed that the tides of the Qiantang River in his previous life were nothing compared to this. The Tier 5 infant carp beast had yet to appear, and it could already stir up such a huge commotion in the sea area. One could imagine the power of the Tier 5 infant carp beast. Rumble! With an earth-shattering explosion, wave after wave of waves crashed into the island. It was as if the island was about to sink. At this moment, a tall and shocking black shadow appeared in the sky. The black shadow was like a huge mountain rushing over. At first, he was still 100 miles away, but in the blink of an eye, he was already 50 miles away from the island. His speed was beyond Li Lingtian's imagination. Such a large demonic beast should be very slow, but he did not expect this behemoth to be as agile as a giant bird in the sky. Infant carp beast. The infant carp beast has appeared. It was unknown who cried out in alarm, but everyone was instantly thrown into chaos. Actually, even if he didn't cry out in alarm, everyone would have seen the infant carp beast. In front of this shocking black shadow, there were more than 10 small black shadows. Even the small ones were at least 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. In the beginning, it was only drowned by the shocking waves. Everyone's eyes were focused on the largest black shadow, ignoring the smaller black shadows. F***CK. What kind of demonic beast is this? It's like a mountain. One don't think the terrifying monsters mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas are anything special. Looking at the shocking black shadow, this was the infant carp beast, a 5th grade infant carp beast. The 5th grade infant carp beast was 100 meters tall and 300 meters long. Its 2 lantern-sized eyes emitted a terrifying light. Its smooth body was like a mirror. This demon beast was no different from the whale in his previous life. except that it was countless times larger than the whale. Its entire body emitted a shocking demonic power. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Life and Death, Escape. Chapter 86, Life and Death, Escape. 1 tier, 5 infant carp beasts, 6 tier, 4 infant carp beasts, and 9 tier, 3 infant carp beasts. With such a lineup, the demonic energy pressure suppressed countless warrior spirits and martial kings, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. The expression on Li Lingtian's face changed drastically. Although he did not spurt out blood, he was still suffering from the suppression of the pressure. His dragon energy formed a shield of light to resist the pressure, while his true dragon body barrier was activated. Roar! With a loud explosion, a shocking wave immediately crashed towards the human experts on the giant rock. Allah! Countless screams rang out. The formation that had been prepared was scattered before it could even begin. After the huge wave, there were only about 50 martial arts grandmasters left on the boulder. The martial arts grandmasters were all holding protective light shields, while the rest of the martial kings and martial spirits were sent flying by the waves. "Let's do it. We'll lure the big guy away," Yang Ping shouted. After he finished speaking, 9 groups of martial arts grandmasters flew out and quickly flew towards the Tier 5 infant carp beast, bombarding it with shocking attacks. The attacks of martial arts grandmasters were all earth-shattering. They could even attack a martial royal infant carp beast for a while. In an instant, dozens of shocking attacks continuously bombarded the huge infant carp beast. The world trembled and space was torn apart inch by inch. At the same time, the Martial King group and the 2 groups of martial arts grandmasters who were sent flying quickly attacked the other Tier 4 infant carp beasts. If they delayed any longer, these Tier 4 and Tier 3 infant carp beasts would join forces to attack the other martial arts grandmasters. At that time, everyone here would die. Rumble, rumble. All the warrior spirits and warrior kings reacted and gathered together once again, starting a shocking battle of extermination. The battlefield opened up. 9 groups of martial arts grandmasters lured the 5th grade infant carp beast away. 47 martial arts grandmasters flew in the air, hovering in the air and attacking the infant carp beast. The 6th stage for infant carp beasts were also lured away and attacked by the martial kings and martial grandmasters. The remaining 9 stage 3 infant carp beasts were attacked by more than 500 martial spirits and more than 100 martial kings. As a warrior spirit disciple, Li Lingtian could not fly at all. He could only fly with his flying sword and bombard the Tier 3 infant carp beasts continuously. The Tier 3 infant carp beasts were equivalent to a martial king. In less than 10 minutes, 9 Tier 3 infant carp beasts were killed in the face of countless warrior spirit and martial king attacks. At this time, no one dared to go up and fight for the materials. Not only were all the martial artists eyeing them covetously, but there were also 4th-tier demon beasts present. If they were not careful, the shocking pressure would directly crush them to death. You guys get ready. Get ready to assist in killing the Tier 4 infant carp beast. After the Tier 3 infant carp beast was killed, someone shouted. Although there was only a difference of 1 tier between Tier 3 and Tier 4, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Even if martial arts grandmasters and martial kings joined forces, they could not kill the 4th grade infant carp beast. On the contrary, hundreds of martial kings and 3 martial arts grandmasters had died. Rumble, rumble. There were shocking explosions and screams of death. Countless martial spirit monarchs and martial grandmasters died from time to time. The most intense battle was still the battle between the 5th level infant carp beast and the martial arts grandmasters. 47 martial arts grandmasters joined forces to kill the martial emperor infant carp beast. It looked like they were flying in the air to attack the infant carp beast, but any attack from the infant carp beast was like a shocking wave. With the power of death, the martial arts grandmasters were directly killed. Another martial arts grandmaster was killed by the shocking wave attack. Out of the 47 martial arts grandmasters, only 33 remained. What terrifying power! Li Lingtian was shocked. A Tier 3 infant cart beast was only a one-hit kill for him. However, he had no choice but to hide his true strength in this place. Now that they were facing the Tier 4 infant cart beast, they could only be passive and block the attacks of the Tier 4 infant cart beast with the other teams. He finally understood that even if the level of the demon beast was the same, the power between them was worlds apart. For example, Little White, even if the dragon race's level was low, it was born strong. The dragons were Tier 4 and level 3. Even if they faced Tier 4, level 7, or level 8, they could submit or defeat them. This infant cart beast was completely of this type. Although it could not compare to the monstrous Little White Dragon clan, it was not much different. Level 4, level 5 was equivalent to other level 4, level 9 existences. Roar. Not good. Just as he was shocked, he let out a roar. He immediately felt a strong threat coming at him. Life and death escape. He was shocked. The attack of a level 3 infant cart beast was coming. Although there were more than 10 people on his side, a single attack from a level 3 infant cart beast could destroy all those below the martial arts grandmaster level. With that thought, he summoned a black jade talisman and detonated it. The jade talisman exploded, and his entire body turned into an afterimage. He was already 5 miles away, and the afterimage was still far away. The shocking attack smashed over, and the afterimages disappeared. The entire team of nearly 20 people were destroyed and killed, crushed into ashes by the pressure and power. So powerful. Li Lingtian's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had the extra heart's eye and used the black jade talisman. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he had used the true dragon body barrier and several other defenses. When the infant cart beast was attacking, he had thought of using the true dragon body barrier and other defensive measures. However, he couldn't reveal his strength, and he didn't have a good impression of Wind Void. He had a feeling that something was wrong with the item Wind Void had taken out. Now that he had used it, he felt much more at ease. He didn't want to be chased down by others like the last time he was in the Sky Mountain range. It was inevitable that this jade talisman would be the same as the storage bag. Anyway, this jade talisman was only a one-time use. He did not expect that his narrow-mindedness would actually allow him to escape this calamity. The other warrior spirits were not so lucky and were directly crushed to death. F***CK, I'm not going. Li Lingtian watched the battle in the distance. Even though they were 5 miles apart, the battle between the martial arts grandmaster and martial king and the Tier 4 and Tier 5 infant cart beast shook the seas. The island shook as if it was about to sink. Since Wind Void had said that he shouldn't send himself to his death after using this jade talisman, he was more than willing to do so. Then, he found a relatively secluded place to meditate and rest. He quickly adjusted his breathing. At this time, true chi and energy were life. An extra trace of true chi and energy meant an extra chance of survival. Rumble. The final explosion on the east side of the island ended the battle. All the 3rd and 4th stage infant cart beasts were killed, leaving only the 5th stage infant cart beasts in the battle between 26 and the martial arts grandmaster. Everyone, don't hold back. It's already at the end of its attack. If you hold back, it'll be troublesome if you suffer a backlash. Yang Ping shouted, reminding those martial arts grandmasters who had held back. A martial emperor-level infant cart beast would die in one strike. Those martial arts grandmasters who had held back did not even have the chance to regret. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Demon Transformation Pill, Wind Demon. Chapter 87. Demon Transformation Pill, Wind Demon. Alright. Green Lotus Violent Song. Heaven Destroying Strike. Shocking Emperor Finger. Soaring Cloud Slash. Thunder Strike. All the surviving martial arts grandmasters understood the situation before them. There were less than 30 martial arts grandmasters left on the entire island. If they held back, they would be completely destroyed here. All of a sudden, the 29 martial arts grandmasters unleashed their strongest attack. Boom! Waves shook the sky and space was torn apart. Roar, rumble, an earth-shattering roar followed by the sound of all attacks bombarding the level 5 infant carp beast. The earth-shattering explosion slowly disappeared and the world quieted down. The huge black shadow fell down fiercely, and another wave rose in the sea. The battle had ended. In this battle, more than 300 warrior spirits, 200 martial kings, and 28 martial grandmasters had died. After paying such a price, there was only one goal, which was to kill the Tier 5 infant carp beast and complete the 10 million mission. Li Ling Tian felt a tinge of sadness in his heart. Warriors could only work hard for resources. They would often risk their lives and not be able to obtain any resources. They would lose more than 20 martial arts grandmasters, hundreds of warrior spirits, and hundreds of warrior kings, but they could only kill a small number of infant carp beasts. After a short period of silence, the atmosphere above the island became even more oppressive. The 29 martial arts grandmasters, except for Mo Feng, were all staring at the infant carp beast in the sea area. This fifth-grade infant carp beast had an inner core worth tens of millions. Swoosh, swoosh. A martial arts grandmaster's body flashed and turned into a meteor that shot towards the infant carp beast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and entered the bloody mouth of the infant carp beast. The other martial arts grandmasters followed closely behind. If the inner core was taken away, they could fly freely. It would be difficult to chase after them. Boom! Less than a minute after the 20 martial arts grandmasters entered the infant carp beast's mouth, an explosion sounded and a figure shot out, quickly shooting into the sky. All of the martial arts grandmasters were chasing after it at high speed. They did not have the slightest intention of giving up on the Knighten of the infant carp beast. Just now, they had risked their lives for the Knighten of the infant carp beast. Naturally, they would not give up now. Come back to me. The inner core of the infant carp beast, 10 million low-grade spiritual stones, and 1 demon transformation pill. Li Ling Tian could not understand why Wind Void would not pursue the infant carp beast after seeing all the martial arts grandmasters chasing after it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Wind Void shout. His voice spread across the sky. The moment his voice appeared, the fleeing martial artist in front of him paused. His body made a strange turn and flew over again. All the martial arts grandmasters flew over. In an instant, more than 20 martial arts grandmasters arrived on the island. The aura on the entire island was extremely oppressive. Sir, so you're the one who issued this mission? What about the demon transformation pill? Lei Tian looked at Wind Void with a sharp gaze. He was a little afraid of Wind Void. However, for this mission, it could be said that they had risked their lives. Now that the person who issued the mission was right in front of them, they naturally would not take the wrong path. The other martial arts grandmasters also surrounded Wind Void. The air was extremely oppressive. If Wind Void dared to lie to them, they would definitely tear him apart. Demon transformation pill? Not good, I understand. Li Ling Tian finally came to a realization. Even though warriors lacked spiritual stones, it was definitely not worth it for so many grandmasters to risk their lives for 10 million spiritual stones. This was one of the reasons why he was suspicious. Now that he had heard Wind Void mention the demonized pill and seen the expressions of the other martial arts grandmasters, even if he was a fool, he would understand. All the Wuzongs were not here for the 10 million spirit stones, but for the demon transformation pill. It was just that he did not understand the biggest benefit of the mission, which was this demon transformation pill. His alchemy skills were powerful, and he knew a lot about alchemy. Although he did not know how to refine this demon transformation pill, he knew how powerful it was. The demon transformation pill was a top-notch 5th-grade medicinal pill. It was a kind of magical and strange medicinal pill. It was also an extremely vicious pill. Such a pill had heaven-defying benefits for martial arts grandmasters. It could increase the lifespan of martial arts grandmasters by 100 years and at the same time increase their cultivation by 1 realm. More importantly, After reaching the peak of rank 9, it would be a heaven-defying help to break through to the martial royal realm. It could increase the chances of breaking through to the martial royal realm by 10%. Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill made martial arts grandmasters scramble for it. No wonder these martial arts grandmasters came to fight. Wind Void, this black-robed old man, was able to take out the demon transformation pill, so he definitely wasn't that simple. Could Wind Void be a demon? Wind Void? Wind Demon? So that's how it is. It's actually a demon. Li Ling Tian came to a realization. Wind Void's previous actions, his aura and strange pressure, his merciless killing of his subordinates, and the Black Jade Talisman he gave them to cultivate the formation of 10,000 extinguishers were all abilities that only the demons possessed. The Devil Transformation Pill is naturally here. Wind Demon laughed out loud. He stretched out his hand, and a 5-inch wide box appeared in his hand. The box was emitting a dense black gas. Seeing this black gas, all the martial artists were stunned. However, they immediately understood that someone who could take out a demon transformation pill should not be a good thing. Bang! With a soft sound, some warriors stared at the box in Wind Demon's hand. The box opened and a black pill floated in front of Wind Demon, spinning nonstop. In the air, an erosive demonic chi was emitted. Countless warrior spirit disciples' cultivation bases were rapidly eroded by this demonic chi, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Demonic chi. This is the demon transformation pill. It's indeed a demon transformation pill. I didn't expect this mission to really be issued by you. Since you have the demon transformation pill, I'll give this inner core to you. Greed appeared on the faces of all the martial arts grandmasters. At first, they did not believe in Wind Demon. Now that they saw the demon transformation pill, all their attention was shifted to Wind Demon, and they completely gave up on martial arts grandmaster Lei Tian, who controlled the inner pill. Seeing the pill, Lei Tian was excited. He threw a fist-sized inner core toward Wind Demon and arrived in front of him in an instant. Kaka, the inner core of the 5th grade infant carp beast is in hand. Your mission is completed. Wind Demon laughed sinisterly as he stared at the inner core in his hand. He had no intention of taking out the demon transformation pill. All the martial arts grandmasters auras soared. Since this black-robed old man had taken out the demonized pill, he should have more demonized pills on him. If they killed him, it would not be as simple as just one demonized pill. They did not hear Wind Demon's tone at all. Li Ling Tian knew that no one knew Wind Demon's identity until now. Otherwise, they would not have stayed here and would have fled in a hurry. It was no wonder that the Wind Demons were known to very few warriors in the divine martial continent. Li Ling Tian had learned about the Wind Demon clan's frightening strength through his search for the pill formula. He wanted to escape, but Wind Demon's consciousness had locked onto him. He had no chance to escape. More importantly, he didn't know if he should use the Myriad Extermination Formation. If he used the Myriad Extermination Formation, everyone here would die, and he would be silenced. Sir, I have given you the inner core. Since the mission is completed, you should give me the 10 million spirit stones and the demon transformation pill, right? Lei Tian still didn't know how to ask for the pills. The other Wu Zongs were also about to start a war, but their target was Wind Demon. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Demonic Chi Overflowing the Heavens. Chapter 88. Demonic Chi Overflowing the Heavens. All right, your mission is complete. It's time for you to die, Wind Demon said calmly. After that, his body burst out with a shocking demonic chi. The demonic chi instantly extended to 1,000 meters, covering everyone. My cultivation. Not good, it's demonic chi. It's the demonic wind chi. Be careful, this is a demon. Haha, one didn't expect that we would actually be used by this demon. Join forces and kill the demon. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. At this moment, all the martial artists reacted and continuously used their protective shields to block the demonic chi. A warrior spirit's disciple would die upon contact with the demonic chi. They had no way of resisting at all. Even a warrior king could only resist with all his might. Rumble. Amidst the shocking demonic chi, more than 10 demonic chi tentacles slapped fiercely at the martial arts grandmaster expert. With one strike, the martial arts grandmaster expert was destroyed. The martial king realm expert was crushed into ashes. His blood essence and genuine chi disappeared in the air and finally entered the demonic chi. The demonic chi seemed to be nourished and grew rapidly. Thunder Spear. At this moment, Yang Ping roared loudly. A purple spear appeared in his hand. It was a peerless Xian artifact, the Thunder Spear. The Thunder Spear brought with it shocking electric arcs as it smashed fiercely towards Wind Demon. Thunder was the natural nemesis of demonic chi. Now, he did not dare to hold back. If he held back, he would only die here forever. Demon Transformation Body. Wind Demon's eyes were also filled with shock. He did not expect these people to have treasures that could deal with demonic chi. The demonic chi in his body turned into a pillar of light and fiercely met the Thunder Spear. In an instant, two shocking attacks collided. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the Thunder Spear's attack collided with the demonic chi light beam. Yang Ping and Wind Demon retreated violently at the same time, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were heavily injured. Quick! Everyone join forces. He's already injured. Seeing this, Long Haoyu shouted loudly. The devil race was the natural enemy of mankind. No matter what, they would always give up on the grudge between them to deal with the devil race. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed, and a shocking attack ruthlessly smashed toward Wind Demon. Rumble. Hundreds of attacks landed on Wind Demon's body. He disappeared and was instantly turned into ashes. The world quieted down, and the demonic chi gradually dissipated. Dead. He died just like that. The demons are only SOSO. Hurry up and find the Knighten of the Infant Carp Beast and leave this place. All the experts were shocked and confused. This Wind Demon was killed in one strike by everyone. Immediately, all the warriors flew toward the sea area, fighting for the Knighten and materials of the Infant Carp Beast, as well as the storage bags of the warriors killed in the sea area. No, he's not dead yet. It's impossible for him to die so easily. His body can revive indefinitely. Li Lingtian watched from afar as Wind Demon was killed. All the warriors were fighting for the materials and inner core, but he did not move at all. The uneasiness on his face grew. Qian Shifeng, Qin Zhong, and the others were not far away from him. They did not fight for the materials and inner cores. Hiss! At this moment, a huge hole was torn in the sky, followed by a strange and shocking demonic chi coming from the sky. The pressure of the demonic chi directly crushed all the martial artists, endlessly crushing them. Allah! Demonic chi. What a terrifying demonic chi. What's going on? The devil is dead. Why is there still such terrifying devil chi? Not good. The demons from the upper realm have descended. What? Upper realm demons? Could it be that the demon just now didn't die and summoned the upper realm demons instead? The warrior spirits were completely killed, and there were only a few martial kings left. There were only 20 martial arts grandmasters who were resisting the terrifying demonic chi in the sky. Use the myriad destruction formation. A dignified voice sounded. The pressure of an almighty expert, even if it was a demon, carried a supreme pressure. All the warriors were confused. Only Li Lingtian and the rest understood what was going on. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qin Zhong and the others could not help but move as they quickly surrounded all the martial arts grandmasters. Li Lingtian was shocked as well. After cultivating the formation of 10,000 extermination, he could not do anything about it. In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them surrounded the 20 martial arts grandmasters and cast strange array seals. Not good. It's the Wind Demon clan's myriad extermination formation. They're being controlled. Break this formation. Hurry up. Don't wait for that upper realm demon to descend. The few martial arts grandmasters understood that the wind demon wanted to use the true chi of the human ancient martial art practitioners to cast the formation of 10,000 extermination to trap them and delay time to bring the upper realm devil avatar down to the lower realm. Since you can control me, the way to break the formation begins with the core of the formation. Li Lingtian thought to himself as he cast the formation of innumerable destruction involuntarily. He was a human, so he would be controlled by the devil race. The formation of 10,000 extinguishing had already been used, so he couldn't stop it by himself. However, he could think of a way to break the formation in the middle. They were the core of the formation. As long as he could escape from Wind Demon's control, he could destroy the formation completely. Rumble. The array formation formed a shocking black light shield that was 1,000 meters wide. It enveloped all the martial grandmasters within it, and the other martial kings and martial spirits had long died. All the martial arts grandmasters had a solemn expression on their faces. Gradually, their solemn expressions became terrifying. This was because the attacks of all the martial arts grandmasters had no effect on the light barrier. More importantly, the light barrier array formation continued to erode their cultivation, and their cultivation rapidly decreased. If this continued, even if they were not killed by Wind Demon, their cultivation would be crippled. Ha ha, lowly humans go to hell. The devil chi between heaven and earth condensed. The destroyed wind devil quickly condensed in the air, and a 20-meter-tall devil floated in the air. It had blood-red eyes and huge arms. Its entire body was condensed from demonic chi, emitting a shocking demonic chi. After Wind Demon finished speaking, he descended and landed on the light shield of the formation. He waved his hands continuously, and a shocking demonic aura quickly pressed down on the formation. Together with the formation, the power of the formation suddenly became terrifying. Kaka, the Wind Demon clan has a heaven-defying demon that can revive indefinitely. You will never be able to kill me. Wind Demon smiled faintly. The shocking demonic aura continued to erode the cultivation of the martial arts grandmaster expert. His cultivation was disappearing extremely quickly. My cultivation! What should we do? I don't want to die. Could it be that my sect will fall at the hands of the demons? I don't want your spirit stones and demon-dissolving pills. Stop. All the Wuzongs could no longer withstand such a blow, and their minds almost collapsed. Li Lingtian's expression was grave as well. Looking at these martial arts grandmasters, what would happen to him if he were to face such a situation one day? Chapter 89. Chapter 89. The Descent of the Heavenly Demon. Chapter 89. The Descent of the Heavenly Demon. That won't happen. Even if I die, I will destroy this world. He kept waving his hands and sending out his Jinchi to maintain the array. He also realized that his Jinchi was flowing out even faster after the arrival of Wind Demon. If it did not stop, all the Wuzongs here would die. At that time, he would not have any confidence in facing the Wind Demon alone. Can't one kill you? This young master has been waiting for this day. You're digging your own grave by making me the core of the array. Li Lingtian spoke coldly as he glared at Wind Demon, who was shrouded in a light shield above him. There was a strange smile in his eyes. The martial arts grandmaster in the array below was stunned when he heard his voice. Humans who were being controlled did not have their own consciousness. He did not expect a warrior spirit disciple to say such words. What happened next shocked them. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even Wind Demon was shocked. Flaming body, heaven and earth burn. Ice vitality, divine fist, icebound 1,000 miles. Li Lingtian steeled his heart. Since he needed his true chi to maintain the array formation, he would unleash the most terrifying ice-type and fire-type true chi. The simultaneous appearance of both types of true chi would cause the array formation to become unstable. As expected, a 10-meter-wide flame appeared with Li Lingtian at the center. The flame devoured everything in the world, and at the same time, there was a glacier beyond the flame. The array solidified, and the cultivation of the martial arts grandmaster stopped flowing. The world seemed to have stopped. Damn it, damn it. So you've been scheming against me all along. I'm going to tear you apart. When he saw that the array formation was actually stopped by a warrior spirit disciple, and that the terrifying blazing flame chi and chilling ice chi were rapidly eroding him, he was instantly enraged. While he resisted the blazing flame chi and chilling ice chi, he cursed loudly. Break! Li Lingtian's face turned pale. He could not hold on any longer by using two different martial soul skills to fight against Wind Demon. All the genuine chi in his body condensed into a line, causing the heaven and earth to burn and the glacier to explode. A destructive aura appeared in the sky. Kacha! Rumble! Poochie! With a soft sound, the glacier shattered. Immediately, flames exploded and soared into the sky. When the flames and the glacier met, a terrifying power erupted. Even though he was the master, he was still hit by the terrifying aftershock and spat out a mouthful of blood. More than 20 martial arts grandmasters were also sent flying. Wind Demon was the first to bear the brunt. The shocking flames and glaciers directly sent him flying. What terrifying power! Ice and fire dual martial souls. A warrior spirit's disciple who can control ice and fire martial souls is indeed abnormal. One didn't expect that there would be a disciple in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent who could control the ice and fire martial souls. The first reaction of all the martial arts grandmasters was to be shocked by the power of Li Lingtian's ice-fire martial soul. This power contained both ice and fire elements. Even the martial arts grandmasters were shocked by its terrifying power. In the past, they had basically ignored the warrior spirit disciples. They did not expect that this warrior spirit disciple would actually display an attack that made them feel threatened. One didn't expect the power of the Ice Vitality Divine Fist and the Heaven and Earth Conflagration to be so terrifying. Li Lingtian was also stunned by his own attack. He never expected it to be so overbearing. Although the most powerful of the two skills was only Earth rank, the power of this attack was not something that Earth rank could compare to. As someone who cultivated the canon, his knowledge of techniques and skills was unparalleled. He secretly estimated that if he could control these two skills and fuse them together, the power would definitely not be inferior to a god-tier skill. This thought in his heart shocked him. This was a skill that he had created himself, and it was impossible for such a skill to appear. This skill violated the rules of the world and broke away from the principles. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your help. All of a sudden, the martial arts grandmasters came to their senses. Although this warrior spirit disciple was one of the people who cast the array formation, they had overheard the conversation between Wind Demon and Li Lingtian and understood that Li Lingtian was plotting against Wind Demon while they were merely pawns. If it were not for Li Lingtian's timely intervention, they would definitely be dead by now. No matter what, this warrior spirit disciple had saved their lives. Don't be in such a hurry to thank this young master. Let's think of a way to deal with him first. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He was the only one who survived the 7 people who cast the array formation. There were only 26 martial arts grandmasters left. His attack had sent Wind Demon flying, but he hadn't been killed. Looking at Wind Demon slowly descending from the sky, his heart sank. Everyone followed Li Lingtian's gesture, and their expressions changed drastically. There was a black blood stain at the corner of Wind Demon's mouth. It appeared that he was severely injured, but he was not killed. Although their cultivation was still at the martial arts grandmaster level, their cultivation had been lost by quite a bit, and they had all fallen by a realm. Even if they joined forces at their peak, they wouldn't be a match for this Wind Demon. Now, there was even less of choice. Lowly human, how dare you scheme against me? Today, one will turn you into a puppet. Heavenly devil descent, true devil body. Wind Demon roared. His face was filled with anger, and the demonic chi between heaven and earth gathered toward him. As the devil chi gathered, Wind Demon's cultivation base and momentum rose rapidly. The speed of the increase made all the warriors' hearts sink. Rank 6 Martial Arts Grandmaster. Rank 7 Martial Arts Grandmaster. Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmaster. Martial Arts Grandmaster Tier 9. Peak of Martial Arts Grandmaster Tier 9. Wind Demon's Aura Sword and his cultivation base also rose rapidly. All the warriors' faces were numb. He was already heaven-defying. With such a sharp increase in his cultivation, even if more than 20 martial arts grandmasters joined forces, they would not stand a chance. Li Lingtian was equally horrified. If he had used Wind Demon strength, he might have had a chance to escape. However, he could not escape in the vast ocean. First level Martial Emperor. As his aura rose, Wind Demon's cultivation finally broke through the martial arts grandmaster level and reached the first level of the Martial Emperor level. Martial Emperor, Martial Emperor. His strength was shocking. The power of heaven and earth tore apart, and the air shattered. The 20 martial arts grandmasters gasped in shock. They were so terrified that they felt like they were about to die. Now, they did not even have the chance to escape. Join forces, hurry up and join forces. Li Lingtian quickly reminded all the martial arts grandmasters that they would be finished if they did not make a move. Yes, everyone knows the situation. If we show mercy, everyone will die. Yang Ping nodded and agreed. At this moment, all the martial grandmasters were actually following the lead of a warrior spirit disciple. When the battle began, the 26 martial arts grandmasters joined forces. Martial arts grandmasters were martial arts grandmasters. Even if their cultivation levels had decreased, they could only use all their strength to survive. All of a sudden, the 26 martial arts grandmasters and Wind Demon were engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Although the Wind Demon was a martial royal realm expert, it was powerful. However, with the 26 martial arts grandmasters working together, they were able to attack and defend in an orderly manner. Chapter 90, Battle with Wind Demon 1. Chapter 90, Battle with Wind Demon 1. The last two blue dust pills. On the island, Li Lingtian watched the battle in the sky as the fierce force destroyed the island. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out a jade bottle. Two blue pills appeared in his hand. He then threw one into his mouth, and the Jinshi that had disappeared from his body instantly recovered. The death of two martial arts grandmasters was exchanged for a serious injury from Wind Demon. The battle in the sky was no longer a battle of martial arts, but a battle of life and death. There was no longer any conflict of interests. It was a war between races. It was either you die or I die. It was also Li Lingtian's first time witnessing the true strength of a martial arts grandmaster. He did not hold back and did not care about his life. His only goal was to kill the Wind Demon before him. It's time to make a move, Li Lingtian muttered to himself. With a flick of his divine consciousness, Little White appeared before him. He was also a hot-blooded man. When he saw such a big battle, he naturally wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Martial artists had the heart of the strong. Even Wu Zong's had fought against the demons for their own race. He was also a human. How could he not do anything? Roar! With a loud roar, a shocking dragon energy and demonic power surged out. In addition to demonic energy and spiritual energy, there was also a shocking dragon energy and demonic power in the entire air. Wind Demon and Wu Zong, who were fighting in the air, noticed the roar as well. They were shocked when they saw the three-color dragon that Li Lingtian was riding on. Li Lingtian sat on Little White's back. Little White was a dragon. It flew up and shot into the sky with its frightening dragon might. Dragon. It's actually a three-color dragon. Why does this guy have a dragon as his mount? The martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were stunned. A warrior spirit disciple with ice and fire dual martial souls had broken the array formation and injured Wind Demon. Now, he even took out a three-color dragon. Any of these things were beyond their imagination. Let's take turns. Li Lingtian joined the martial grandmasters. Riding on the three-color dragon, he swung the roaring dragon battle halberd horizontally. The dragon aura was awe-inspiring, and his entire body was shrouded in a faint dragon aura. The true dragon body barrier was activated. A faint light barrier protected him, and he looked extraordinary. This made the other martial arts grandmasters extremely envious. This warrior spirit disciple was way too exaggerated. Using the dragon as a mount, he faced the wind demon at the martial emperor realm with an awe-inspiring appearance. He did not have the slightest fear, making the martial ancestor realm experts feel inferior. "All right, be careful." Yang Ping and the others looked at Li Lingtian and spoke in a serious tone. At this moment, they were comrades, and their enemies were the same kind of demons. Having one more comrade was better than having one more enemy. Furthermore, the identity of this warrior spirit disciple had completely changed in their hearts. In their eyes, this warrior spirit disciple was definitely not simple. "Kill them." With a soft shout, the roaring dragon battle halberd in his hand emitted a shocking pressure. Although his cultivation could only unleash the power of the roaring dragon battle halberd to the extreme of a peerless profound level weapon, a divine weapon was still a divine weapon. The divine weapon pressure inside could crush everything. It was just that his cultivation was low. More importantly, he had tempered his body with dragon energy and cultivated the true dragon body barrier, so he could use the roaring dragon combat halberd with ease. Die! Wind Demon was even more enraged when he saw that Li Lingtian had ignored him. Coupled with the fact that he had schemed against him earlier, a streak of black demonic chi that was filled with terror shot toward Li Lingtian. Rumble! The dragon chi of the roaring dragon battle poleaxe rushed out and smashed straight at the demonic chi. With an explosion, the dragon chi and the demonic chi canceled each other out. Little White roared and blocked the remaining power of the demonic chi and the dragon chi with a fluorescent light. On the other hand, Wind Demon was extremely shocked. The dragon energy was indeed domineering. He was not even afraid of the devil energy. His body trembled and he retreated. What a terrifying three-color dragon. If I had a three-color dragon like this, one would be able to completely ignore the attacks of Wuzong's. What a powerful defense. Between you and me, no one is his match. The group of martial arts grandmasters were envious of Li Lingtian's Dragon Roar Warrior Halberd's might and Little White's defense. If a martial artist had a demonic beast as a combat partner, just this defense alone could increase countless times. Shocked, he immediately reacted. His body flashed, and the 26 martial arts grandmasters took turns to attack Wind Demon. In the sky above the sea, the battle between the martial arts grandmaster and the Wind Demon began again. The waves were rolling. Little White, who Li Lingtian was sitting on, also unleashed its dragon's might and dragon's roar. Demonic chi was rampant. Dragon chi shook the sky, and spiritual energy shattered. The island trembled. Rumble! All! The sounds of attacks, the screams of dying martial grandmasters, and the sound of blood spurting out. Although the wind demons at the martial royal realm were covered in injuries, martial grandmasters were dying continuously. Li Lingtian was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. He finally had some understanding of a martial emperor powerhouse. "Damn it, I'm angry. How dare you hurt me? I'll let you live forever. Let's see how you can revive endlessly. Block him from me for a while." Li Lingtian looked at the 11 martial arts grandmasters behind him. The rest were already dead, and Wind Demon was at the end of his offensive. If he allowed Wind Demon to act out of desperation, he would be finished. With that, Little White retreated 50 meters away. "All right, this sect is the Shattered Cloud sect. If young master is fortunate enough to leave this place, please take care of the Shattered Cloud sect in the future." The 11 martial arts grandmasters were not worried that Li Lingtian would escape. Even if Li Lingtian wanted to escape, he could not do so now. In just a few minutes, they had already seen through Li Lingtian's character. This warrior spirit youth was not a fool. Their intelligence was no less than theirs, so they naturally did not dare to escape. Yun Xiaotian looked at his own cultivation. He was about to fall to the martial king realm. He smiled bitterly in his heart and made up his mind. This young man was heaven-defying. If he could take care of his sect in the future, it would be worth it. As soon as he said that, a storage bag flew toward Li Lingtian, and his body shot toward Wind Demon. The aura on his body became extremely strange. Brother Yun is going to self-destruct. Quickly dodge. Yang Ping was also shocked. This aura belonged to a martial arts grandmaster reversing his meridians and burning his lifespan and blood essence to self-destruct. The power of a martial arts grandmaster's self-destruction was shocking. As long as your Shattered Clouds sect doesn't provoke any trouble, your sect will prosper for generations to come, Li Lingtian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and retracted his roaring dragon combat halberd. He gathered his aura and gathered his true chi. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the destructive aura between heaven and earth swept over. Li Lingtian's little white retreated to reduce the impact of the aftershock. Wind Demon was the first to bear the brunt. Even a martial royal realm expert would not dare to resist the self-destruction of a martial grandmaster. Wind Demon's body seemed to have been blown away by the attack, but no blood flowed out of his body. Instead, the demonic chi around his body kept condensing, and his body quickly recovered. Yun Xiaotian's self-destruction had stalled for time, but now it had already dissipated. The 10 martial arts grandmasters looked ashamed. They were all martial arts grandmasters, but they could actually bring out such boldness. Shield of the Earth. Phantom Shield, Blazing Flame Wall. Seeing Yun Xiaotian self-destruct and die, Li Lingtian's aura became extremely strange. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Li Lingtian was using some kind of heaven-defying skill or attack. At that moment, the 10 martial arts grandmasters had placed all their hopes on Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian could not kill Wind Demon, they could only wait for death. The 10 martial arts grandmasters deployed their defenses to block Li Lingtian, fearing that Wind Demon would attack him. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Heaven Extreme, Tyrant Emperor Saber. Chapter 91. Heaven Extreme, Tyrant Emperor Saber. Heaven and Earth return to one. Chi Chi, Chi Chi. The demonic aura continued to erode the defense of martial arts grandmaster experts. The corrosive power of the demonic aura was abnormal. It specialized in corrupting human attacks and treasures. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian's eyes were still tightly shut as his aura slowly changed. All the martial arts grandmasters were extremely worried when they saw this. They did not know when Li Lingtian would be able to unleash his attack. Furthermore, what was the power of Li Lingtian's attack? This hopeless hope almost drove them crazy. Human, you can understand the infinite resurrection. When you die, this world will belong to us demons. Wind Demon looked at the giant rock. His injuries had completely recovered, and his demonic chi was even more overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised an arm, and a shocking amount of demonic chi turned into a black light that blasted toward Li Lingtian. He did not want anything to happen again. Not good. The martial arts grandmasters naturally understood Wind Demon's actions. Even if they self-destructed, they would not be able to withstand this attack. Their eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, a strange aura erupted between heaven and earth. This aura was very small, but it gave people a supreme majesty. The pressure of an emperor weapon. No, it's not the pressure of an emperor weapon. This aura has surpassed an emperor weapon. Could it be a saint artifact? When the 10 martial arts grandmasters sensed the aura, they were shocked. They turned to look at Li Lingtian and even forgot about the demonic chi attack. Li Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. His aura had reached its peak. His entire person was like a god descending on the world, giving off a high and mighty aura. What kind of pressure is this? Wind Demon also felt that something was wrong. This kind of aura was a natural threat to the demonic chi, just like ice and fire. Upon seeing this aura, they dare not be careless. More demonic chi was added to the demonic chi light ball. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi light ball was in midair and enveloped Li Lingtian and the others. Heaven Extreme, Tyrant Emperor Saber. Heaven and earth become one. With a soft shout that sounded like a dragon's roar from the heavens, Li Lingtian stood on White E's body with a 3-foot-long, overpowering saber in his hand that exuded a shocking aura. Li Lingtian knew that this aura was the divine weapon's pressure. The divine weapon had formed its own domain. In the current situation, he could only force himself to use the celestial Emperor Saber. The sky seemed to have been split into two as the saber slashed out. A destructive purple saber light slashed straight at the black demonic chi. Rumble. The saber radiance cut the demonic chi, which was cut in half without any resistance. The shocking saber radiance came to the front of Wind Demon. At this moment, Wind Demon was completely stunned by the pressure of the heavens' extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. He didn't even have time to dodge and block the incoming saber light. Oh, I have the body of infinite resurrection. You can't kill me. The shocking saber light carried a destructive power. This power also had a magical effect. The Wind Demon was crushed by the saber light. Miserable screams rang out continuously. They were resurrected endlessly. When they encountered the power of a divine artifact, they were all trash. The screams became weaker and weaker. In the end, the saber light scattered in all directions. The demonic chi was completely swept away by the saber light, and the world was clear. Silence, it was terrifyingly quiet. The 10 martial arts grandmasters who had survived were all stunned as they watched the demonic chi between heaven and earth gradually disappear. The martial emperor devil race, which had been resurrected endlessly, had actually fallen under such a blow. He was already extremely afraid of the youth behind him. Fortunately, he did not provoke this youth. Otherwise, he would have vanished into thin air with a single strike from this youth. After waiting for a long time, everyone was relieved. This time, Wind Demon, who had been resurrected indefinitely, was completely dead. The sound of blood spurting out broke the silence. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed as he almost fell off. At that moment, Little White's body emitted a burst of dragon energy and pinned Li Lingtian to its body. He put away the saber with a trace of fear in his eyes. This saber is a divine weapon, a real divine weapon. I've killed a Wind Demon at the level of a Force Emperor by exerting a trace of the power of a divine weapon. However, his meridians were all broken and his injuries were extremely bad. He originally thought that he had successfully refined the Empyrean Extreme Overlord Saber, but he did not expect that this saber had not been successfully refined in the first place. Even if he could successfully refine a real divine weapon with his current warrior spirit cultivation, he would need to be at least a martial arts grandmaster or above to be able to do so. If he wanted to control it, it was definitely not something that a martial arts grandmaster or a martial emperor could do. Only the legendary martial god could do so. Is young master all right? The 10 martial arts grandmasters stared at Li Lingtian as their hearts raced. This young man was extremely terrifying. If they had not seen him with their own eyes, they would never believe that there was such a powerful warrior spirit disciple in this world. They did not dare to provoke this youth now. Even if this youth was heavily injured, who knew what strange and heaven-defying methods this youth had yet to display? I'm fine. 1 foot 11 inches give you the demon transformation pill you need. Leave this place as soon as possible. When Li Lingtian opened his eyes, he felt as if his entire body was devoid of strength and aura. However, his casual words were taken seriously by these martial arts grandmasters. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his divine sense, causing the space to tremble. 2 shocking demonic chi erupted, and a huge multicolored beast and a terrifying blue-eyed beast appeared on the ground. The multicolored beast's body flashed and shot toward a storage bag. This storage bag belonged to Wind Demon. Even though Li Lingtian did not sign a contract with a multicolored beast, he knew Li Lingtian's personality and hobbies after spending some time together. At the same time, Little White, who Li Lingtian was sitting on, descended as well. The multicolored beast handed the storage pouch to Li Lingtian. Then, the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast flashed towards the dead infant carp beasts above the sea area and collected their inner cores. Countless storage pouches and spirit weapons and profound armaments were placed before Li Lingtian. The storage pouches and treasures of hundreds of warrior spirits and warrior kings and dozens of martial grandmasters were a shocking amount of wealth. As expected, a Tier 4 demonic beast is actually willing to submit to him. What a mysterious youth. I wonder which faction is able to nurture such a heaven-defying disciple. The martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's 3 mystical beasts. They were glad that they did not provoke the young man. Otherwise, the emerald-eyed beast and multicolored beast would have been enough to make them suffer. The few of them looked at each other. They had long lost interest in fighting for the treasure. They had narrowly escaped death. Being able to keep their lives was a great fortune among misfortune. Moreover, they had relied on a warrior spirit disciple to fight for their lives. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the storage pouch. There were many items inside, but he did not have much divine consciousness left in it. He retrieved a jade bottle as soon as he found it. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Tier 9 Warrior Spirit. Chapter 92. Tier 9 Warrior Spirit. Demon Transformation Pill. There were 3 scarlet words on the jade bottle. At a glance, one could tell that there was a demon transformation pill inside. There are 46 demon transformation pills here. Each of you can take 2. Any objections? Li Lingtian replied calmly. As an alchemist, he naturally knew the power of the demonized pill. An alchemist was a warrior ascendant powerhouse and should not overuse the demonized pill. Otherwise, it would backfire. Thank you for your help, young master. Otherwise, our lives would have been left here. 2 demon transformation pills are enough. That's right. Although I'm not a good person, I understand the importance of right and wrong. Thank you for your help this time, young master. In the future, if you need anything from me, please feel free to ask. This is my token. None of the martial arts grandmasters had any objections as they revealed their tokens and identities. Li Lingtian distributed the demonized pills to the martial arts grandmasters, and in less than 10 minutes, everyone had disappeared. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw everyone leaving. If these martial arts grandmasters were to attack him, he would have no choice but to flee. The 2 of you, hurry up and collect all the storage bags and items here. Little White, go and collect the materials for the infant carp beast. Li Lingtian instructed the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast before he and Little White flew toward the infant carp beast to collect its materials and blood essence. The 3 beasts and 1 person worked for a full hour before they finished collecting all the storage bags and items, as well as the materials for the infant carp beast. After collecting them, they quickly left the giant rock and found a hidden place on the island to settle down. His injuries were extremely severe. He had never suffered such injuries before. This was the outcome of forcefully using a divine artifact. He had used the roaring dragon battle halberd because he had dragon energy on his body. After being tempered by dragon energy, even if he couldn't unleash the power of the roaring dragon battle halberd, he wouldn't suffer such a terrifying backlash. In a hidden cave, the jade-eyed beast and the multicolored beast were entrenched inside. Little White was also guarding the entrance of the cave. Li Lingtian tossed a myriad spirit pill into his mouth. He used the true dragon body protection to repair his meridians and the heaven and earth reincarnation to heal his injuries. Days passed, and it took Li Lingtian half a month to recover from his meridian injuries. After this injury, His recovery allowed him to break through to Tier 8 warrior spirit. A Tier 9 warrior spirit is much stronger than a Tier 8-5 spirit. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. After half a month of recuperation, his injuries had fully recovered. However, the thought of the Empyrean Terminus Emperor's saber still made him shudder. Wind demons spent so much effort to find the inner core of a 5th-grade infant carp beast. It definitely isn't that simple. Li Lingtian looked at the infant carp beast's inner core. Wind demon had used the demonized pill and 10 million spiritual stones to issue this mission. It was definitely not that simple. From Wind Demon's situation on the way here, this inner core should be a key, but he didn't know. Giant rock. He recalled the situation when Wind Demon obtained the inner core. He noticed Wind Demon's gaze at that time. Wind Demon's gaze was on the giant rock. Moreover, why would the infant carp beast appear at the place where the giant rock was located? Moreover, it appeared on time. Could it be that it had something to do with the place where the giant rock was located? Thinking of this, he opened the cave. The multicolored beast and the jade-eyed beast returned to the divine dragon ring and flew toward the giant rock with little white in their arms. After a short while, they arrived at the huge rock. The sea area that was originally blood-red had been restored in the shocking waves. If it weren't for the corpses of some martial artists on the island, they wouldn't have thought that there had been a battle between dozens of martial arts grandmasters and a martial emperor-level infant carp beast, let alone a martial emperor-level wind demon. The giant rock was 100 meters high from the surface of the sea, and it was 1,000 meters long. Even if his soul consciousness was powerful, he couldn't search all over this place in a short time. He sat down cross-legged and began to skin the stone wall inch by inch with his divine sense, not letting go of any clues. After a full hour, Li Lingtian's face lit up with excitement. With a flash of his body, he signaled for Little White to descend. When they came to the surface of the sea, a flying sword of the spirit weapon class shot out and stabbed into the boulder. Li Lingtian flew over at the same time and stood on the flying sword. In his line of sight, there was a fist-sized black hole on the giant rock. He didn't know how deep the black hole was, and it was difficult for his soul consciousness to enter. This made him even more certain of the importance of this black hole. He placed the Grade 5 Niden into the black hole. The size of the Grade 5 Niden was exactly the same as the black hole. The Niden of the infant carp beast disappeared into the black hole. 10 seconds later, a black light burst out of the black hole, and the island trembled. Crash! With a tearing sound, the 100-meter-tall boulder suddenly split apart, revealing a huge hole. Li Lingtian's expression turned grave when he saw this. Wind Demon wanted the inner core precisely because he wanted the infant carp beast's inner core to open up this giant rock. There must be something bad inside the giant rock. Those that were suitable for demons were definitely the nemesis of humans. He felt a trace of regret in his heart. However, it was too late to regret it. A crack that was 3 meters wide and 100 meters deep appeared on the stone wall. At the end of the crack was an array altar. An astonishing suction force erupted from the array altar and pulled Li Lingtian, who did not react in the slightest, toward it. By the time he could react, he was already on top of the array altar. The array altar was activated and Li Lingtian's body had disappeared. No one knew where he was teleported to. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Lingtian's body fell to the ground. It was pitch black all around him, and he had no idea where he was. In the darkness, his divine perception could not penetrate it. Spiritual energy, extremely dense spiritual energy, and within the spiritual energy, there was a trace of demonic energy. Blazing flame explosion. Darkness was the most unsuitable environment for humans, and it was the same for Li Lingtian. His divine consciousness could not penetrate the darkness, and he was like an ordinary person. He circulated his genuine chi and unleashed his raging flames. Instantly, a blazing light drove away the darkness. Everything before Li Lingtian's eyes was displayed. He was in a stone room with a radius of 100 square meters. There were no doors or windows, only countless array seals. The dense array seals suppressed the stone room. These array seals were all rich in spiritual chi, and traces of demonic chi came from under the array seals. He understood now. This demonic chi had leaked out from the formation. Wind Demon wanted to enter this place. He believed that there was something Wind Demon wanted here. However, his gaze was quickly attracted by the crystals in the corners of the stone room. The crystals were the size of a fist and emitted a shocking spiritual energy. Top-grade Mystic Crystal, the legendary top-grade Mystic Crystal. Asian crystal that surpasses spirit stones is actually a top-grade Xian crystal. He was stunned when he saw the 4 fist-sized Xian crystals. A single Xian crystal was priceless. Even a monarch-level Xian artifact couldn't exchange for such a Xian crystal. He had a divine weapon, but he was really envious of this mystic crystal. Li Lingtian was puzzled by the fact that his divine consciousness did not resist the mystic crystal when it came into contact with it. Since this place had mystic crystals, array seals, and demonic chi, it should be used to suppress the terrifying demons below. But why was there no restriction on this mystic crystal? If it were other warriors, they would have taken the Xian crystal long ago. However, he was careful. If he took away the Xian crystal that suppressed the devil race, he would release the devil race. But now that there was no unusual movement from the mystic crystal, he felt troubled. If he gave it up like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. If he took it away, he was worried that he would be threatened. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Empyrean Demon Flame. Chapter 93. Empyrean Demon Flame. Try again. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian released his divine consciousness again and gently touched the mystic crystal. However, the moment his soul consciousness touched the mystic crystal, it started to spin. At the same time, the other 3 mystic crystals also started to spin. Not good. He had a bad feeling. He didn't expect to touch the Xian crystals. All 4 Xian crystals started to rotate. 2 seconds later, the mystic crystal turned into ashes with a crisp sound. The 4 Xian crystals had all disappeared. The priceless Xian crystals had been destroyed. However, he was not worried about the Xian crystals, but his luck. This Xian crystal had been used for tens of thousands of years and had reached the end of its life. Even if he didn't touch it, this mystic crystal wouldn't be able to support much. Now that he moved, it accelerated the destruction of the mystic crystal. At the same time that the mystic crystal was destroyed, the stone room erupted with an astonishing amount of demonic chi. The array seal trembled continuously, and Li Lingtian could feel the terrifying aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the mystic crystal was destroyed, 4 blazing flames burst out from the 4 corners. The flames were imbued with spirituality as they quickly shot toward Li Lingtian. The 4 flames fused together, and the strange blood-red flames looked like the blood-red eyes of a demon. Could it be the Empyrean Demon Flame? Li Lingtian shuddered when he saw the flames. With his flaming sacred body and the 9 Yang Saint Lord's 9 Yang sacred flame, he had a better understanding of the flames in the world. He had never thought that he would encounter the most vicious and terrifying Empyrean Demon Flame here. The Empyrean Demon Flame was the most powerful flame of the demon race and could devour everything in the world. Heaven and earth burning. 9 Suns' sacred flame. Seeing the Empyrean Demon Flame shoot toward him, the flame seemed to have a spirit like a demon. When Li Lingtian thought of the demonic sacred flame's attempt to possess him, he felt fear in his heart. He immediately unleashed his most powerful flame. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. The heaven and earth incinerating flames were neutralized along with the 9 Suns' sacred flame. The heavenly demonic sacred flame shot toward Li Lingtian swiftly. True dragon body protection. With the true dragon's body barrier, an astonishing dragon energy was emitted from the divine dragon ring. Finally, Li Lingtian unleashed it in an attempt to resist the Empyrean demon sacred flame with his dragon energy. This kind of spiritual flame was not an ordinary attack. but its power was heaven-defying and terrifying. Attacks were completely ineffective. Chi-Chi, the dragon energy, was also completely destroyed. Li Lingtian felt despair when he saw this. It was as if he had seen the demonic flames smiling wantonly when they arrived. Sacrifice. The dragon cry battle halberd was unleashed, but it was ineffective. Sacrifice. 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 All the celestial weapons were unleashed, but they were unable to slow down the speed of the Empyrean demon flame. In the blink of an eye, the Empyrean demon flame was already 5 meters away from Li Lingtian. For the first time, he felt powerless. He had used all the profound level weapons in the Divine Dragon Ring, but there was no effect at all. Sacrifice. He reached out with one hand. When he discovered the treasure he had taken out, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had actually taken out the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron in a hurry. Although the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was extremely magical in alchemy, it did not have much power. Was he not looking for death? He could only watch as the Empyrean demon flame shot towards his forehead. Instinctively, he blocked with the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron in his hand. The Empyrean demon sacred flame collided with the cauldron, and something amazing happened. The Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron burst out with a white light. The light was holy and majestic. The Empyrean demon flame was wrapped up by the holy light. It kept struggling, but it didn't have any reaction. It was suppressed by the light. Phew. Li Lingtian felt as if he was in a dream when he witnessed the terrifying Empyrean demon flame being subdued by a cauldron. What kind of amazing and heaven-defying effect did this cauldron have? He had obtained this treasure for so long and did not understand it at all. The Empyrean demon flame disappeared into the cauldron. A fist-sized flame was trapped inside the creation cauldron. The light of the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron turned the stone room into a passage. Li Lingtian did not dare to stay any longer when he saw this opportunity. He dashed toward the passageway with Little White in his arms. Damned human, if I come out with my Empyrean demon flames, 1 foot 11 inches definitely refine your soul. When Li Lingtian entered the passageway, he heard a furious roar. The voice was terrifyingly seductive, just like the sound wave attack of a mighty demon. F***CK. What kind of demon is down there? Li Lingtian cursed in his heart. By the time he was done cursing, he had already appeared outside the array altar. The suction force of the array altar had also disappeared. The stone walls on both sides quickly closed, allowing him to quickly shoot out without any hesitation. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the 2 stone walls of the giant rock fused together without the slightest crack. It was impossible to tell that this was actually a passageway. There were still devil experts suppressed under the island. In the future, even if he was beaten to death, he would never come here again. Seal. He grabbed a stone with one hand. The overbearing Jinshi turned the stone into the size of an inner core and stuffed it into the black hole, blocking it. Then, a force flattened the stone wall. As long as it wasn't someone with a mind, they wouldn't be able to discover the secret here. After that, he brought Little White to the island in a flash. He looked at the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron in his hand and saw that the Empyrean demon sacred flame inside had been completely suppressed. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He put the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron into the Divine Dragon Ring, where he was the true ruler. Even the Empyrean demon sacred flames had to listen to him. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, an exquisite flying ship appeared in front of him. Then, the flying ship became huge. This flying ship belonged to Wind Demon. He came here in this flying ship. Wind Demon was killed by him, so Wind Demon's things naturally became his. He steered the flying ship around the original route and began to fly at high speed. It took him a full 10 days to finally leave the endless sea. He didn't dare to enter Xianming City. Countless Xianming cities and their nearby powerhouses had fallen at the hands of the Devil Sea's wind demons and infant carp beasts. Only he and the 10 martial arts grandmasters had returned alive. Naturally, they would be noticed. In a town 100 miles away from Xianming City, Li Lingtian scanned the place with his divine perception. There were no super powerhouses around. "Sir, do you want to stay or eat?" Li Lingtian had just arrived in front of the inn when a waiter greeted him respectfully. Although Li Lingtian had traveled a long distance, he did not use much true qi on the spaceship. It was just that he did not have much time to rest. The man didn't dare to be careless with his temperament and attire. "Give me a separate courtyard," Li Lingtian said calmly. He needed to rest for 2 days. He had not rested much during this period of time. Now that he was leaving the endless sea, he needed to recuperate. "All right, 10 low-grade spirit stones a day for a single room, and 50 low-grade spirit stones a day for a single courtyard." The waiter spoke respectfully. Although his tone was polite, he was hinting at Li Lingtian. 50 spiritual stones was nothing to someone like Li Lingtian. However, for the workers in this town, 50 spirit stones was their annual benefit. Chapter 94, Sky Dragon City. Chapter 94, Sky Dragon City. Li Lingtian did not say anything. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a storage pouch to the shop assistant. "Sir, please." The shop assistant was excited when he saw the hundreds of spiritual stones in the storage pouch. He then led Li Lingtian into the inn. After passing through MO passageways, they arrived at a courtyard. "Without my instructions, I will disturb you." As Li Lingtian entered the courtyard, he glared coldly at the attendant. With his frost martial soul, his gaze was as cold as ice, penetrating the attendant and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Disciple obeys. I dare not disturb your rest." The shop assistant kept on agreeing before he ran out of the courtyard. As a Tier 5 warrior, he felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell under Li Lingtian's sharp gaze. After entering a separate courtyard, a restriction was activated. There were only 4 rooms in the courtyard, but there were all kinds of daily necessities. After choosing a room, Li Lingtian fell asleep peacefully with Little White guarding the door. Ever since he left Xianming City for the Endless Sea, he had not been careless at all, let alone rest and sleep. After sleeping for 3 whole days, his spirit had recovered to its peak state. He had circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation art for 3 cycles, and his cultivation was also at its peak state. "Fuck, I want to kill people and steal their treasures, but I have such luck." He entered the Divine Dragon Ring with his consciousness and took out all the storage pouches he had obtained this time, as well as some spirit weapons and profound armaments. In the end, they began to count. This time, more than 500 warrior spirits, 500 warrior kings, and 47 martial grandmasters had died. There were more than 80 million spirit stones, 2,000 spirit weapons, 400 profound level weapons, and countless medicinal herbs. There were also countless yellow-grade and profound level skills. However, Li Lingtian did not care about that. Spirit stones were just data to him. He stored the herbs in the Divine Dragon Ring. The spirit weapons and profound level weapons were also separated to one side and all entered the Divine Dragon Ring. What he cared about was Wind Demon's storage bag. In Wind Demon's storage bag, other than spirit stones and some evil cultivation techniques, there was also a pitch-black wheel that emitted dense demonic chi. It was a pill formula for the demon-transforming pill. Most of his items were used by the demon clan. There was also the formation seal in the giant rock. There was indeed a powerful demon clan suppressed under the formation seal. As for what kind of demon clan it was, Wind Demon didn't know. However, if this fiend came out, Eastern Spirit Azure Continent would be finished. After 2 hours of counting, he finally finished counting. There were countless spirit stones, medicinal herbs, spirit weapons, profound level weapons, cultivation techniques, skills, and inner core materials. Now his net worth had already reached as much as 170 million. If he added these spirit weapons and profound level weapons, his net worth was simply incomparable. In terms of treasures and wealth, Not even Eastern Spirit Azure Continent could compare to him. Not to mention Eastern Spirit Azure Continent. Even the entire Divine Martial Continent could not compare to him. His treasures were all unique existences. It was just that he could not control them now. After resting in the inn for 10 days, he calculated the time. There was only a little more than a month before the Sky Dragon City Genius competition. Although this place was not too far from Sky Dragon City, he did not want to fly now. It was time to get on the road. After leaving the inn, he walked towards the small square of the town. "Sir, do you need a beast carriage?" During this period of time, Zheng Lin did not have any business. A low-level disciple, like him, had no cultivation techniques or spirit weapons. He could only rely on this beast carriage to earn some spirit stones to cultivate. Just as he was about to leave the square and return, a young man appeared in his line of sight. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face as he stepped forward and asked respectfully. However, when he saw the young man's temperament and cultivation, the smile on his face became extremely respectful. Are we going to Sky Dragon City?" Li Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man on the beast carriage and asked indifferently. The beast carriage was only a Tier 1 Class 7 mystical beast. However, this mystical beast was a Dark Gale beast known for its speed. It was not bad. Go, of course. As long as there are spirit stones, Sky Dragon Empire will send you to any place. Zheng Lin patted his chest, but stopped when he saw the impatient look in Li Lingtian's eyes. He could not help but get to know this young man once again. He could not even see through his profound cultivation. The calm expression on his face did not match his age, so she did not dare to be careless. "Then this young master will rent this beast carriage. If you reach Sky Dragon City within 10 days, this young master will not forget about your benefits." Li Lingtian said indifferently as he got onto the beast carriage. He completely ignored the stunned Zheng Lin and continued to rest in the carriage with his eyes closed. "All right, I promise to send you to Sky Dragon City within 10 days. Zheng Lin said happily. People like him who didn't ask about the price were usually generous, provided that the customer was satisfied. Squeak, 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 squeak. As the beast carriage sped along the bluestone street, Li Lingtian closed his eyes to meditate and rest. Originally, if he were to ride a flying sword, it would only take him 2 to 3 days to reach Sky Dragon City. However, it was still early and there was no need to rush. It would be a waste not to use the beast carriage. To him, spiritual stones were just a number. 100 million spiritual stones didn't matter to him. Besides, if he needed spirit stones, he could just buy one of the spirit weapons and profound level weapons in the Divine Dragon Ring or refine some peerless pills. The spirit stones would come rolling in. In the beast carriage, Little White was sleeping on the genuine leather sofa. Li Lingtian was cultivating heaven and earth reincarnation along with other skills and techniques. However, most of them were comprehending the meteor shower and the fusion of ice and fire. The fusion of ice and fire was something that the Nine-Yang Saint Lord had researched. Although no one had cultivated it before, it was something that the mighty figures of the divine realm had researched. Naturally, it was not something that the divine martial continent's cultivation techniques could compare to. He had been comprehending for 5 consecutive days, but the fusion of ice and fire was still in a state of half-understanding, making him feel powerless. It was as if he was missing an opportunity, so he could only give up on comprehending and focus on resting. He studied things that did not consume his mind like pill formulas. "Hiss!" The Darkwind Beast's voice rang out, and the beast carriage stopped. "Sir, we have arrived at Sky Dragon City." At that moment, Zheng Lin's voice was transmitted into the beast carriage, pulling Li Lingtian back to reality from his meditation. Time really flies. We're already at Sky Dragon City. Li Lingtian muttered to himself before he stepped out of the beast carriage and adjusted to the glaring sunlight. He was shocked as he sized up the towering city in the distance. Sky Dragon City was the capital of Sky Dragon Empire. The entire city was like a huge mountain, surrounded by a 100-meter tall wall. He couldn't see the world inside at all. However, This city was estimated to be at least thousands of square kilometers. It was dozens of times larger than the largest city in his previous life. Chapter 95, Killing the Patrol Team. Chapter 95, Killing the Patrol Team. Moreover, there were 4 citadels around the city, and each citadel was as big as a big city in his previous life. Do you want to enter the city? Li Ling Tian sized up the middle-aged man who had a shrewd look in his eyes. On the way here, Zheng Lin had also revealed his information. He did not belong to any clan and was merely a rogue cultivator. You must be joking. The entrance fee to Sky Dragon City alone is 500 spirit stones. Zheng Lin revealed a bitter smile. If he could continue to mingle in Sky Dragon City, he would naturally be able to turn over a new leaf. It would be countless times better than being in the town of Xianming City. However, he could not even afford to pay the entrance fee, let alone survive inside. In the future, you can help me deal with some daily matters. Are you willing? Li Ling Tian remained calm as he looked at Sky Dragon City in the distance. His starting point was Sky Cloud Sect, but he was now going to use Sky Dragon City as the cornerstone of his rise. As a newcomer, he naturally needed someone to help him with some daily matters. It was not a waste to not use someone who was already available. Yes. This subordinate greets young master. Zheng Lin was stunned, but he immediately understood. He quickly bowed to Li Ling Tian. Putting aside the youth's identity, the youth's cultivation base alone was not something he could compare to. If he followed such a person in Sky Dragon City, it might really become a turning point in his life. Let's go. This is for you. Let's go to the North Peace Marquis Estate. With a wave of his hand, Li Ling Tian tossed a storage pouch at Zheng Lin. He still remembered Sky Dragon City vividly. However, he was only a child when he left Sky Dragon City, and he was a teenager when he returned. Although he didn't want to go to the North Peace Marquis Estate, this place was still his home, since he had come to Sky Dragon City. If he didn't return to the North Peace Marquis Estate, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings. Young master is going to the North Peace Marquis Estate. Zheng Lin happily took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense. His heart immediately trembled. There were actually spirit tools, pills, and tens of thousands of spirit stones inside. Seeing these items, he was even more excited about his decision. To be able to be so generous at the beginning, he was definitely not a simple person. However, when he heard about the Northern Marquis Mansion, he was stunned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Ling Tian turned around and looked at Zheng Lin. He had been away from the Marquis residence of North Peace for a few years and had no idea what was happening in Sky Dragon City, let alone the situation in the Marquis residence of North Peace. No, there's no problem. It's just that young master, in recent years, many things have happened in the Pingbei Marquis residence. Even the Pingbei Marquis has been transferred back to the Sky Dragon City. His authority has been transferred, and the Pingbei Marquis residence is in a very bad situation. One heard about this when my cousin came to Sky Dragon City to buy materials. If you want to visit your relatives, I advise you to wait for a while. Sky Dragon City was the capital of the empire and the center of power. There were countless powerhouses and powerful ministers. None of them were people a warrior spirit disciple could be involved with. Let's go. Li Ling Tian got on the beast carriage and allowed Zheng Lin to drive it into Sky Dragon City. He felt conflicted as he did not want to return to Marquis Pingbei's residence, because he was the Li Ling Tian of the 21st century. However, now that the Northern Marquis estate was in trouble, he didn't want to retreat, because he was also a person of this world. Yes. Zheng Lin had a bitter smile on his face. However, when he thought about how Li Ling Tian was not afraid, he had nothing to be afraid of. With that said, he drove the carriage towards Sky Dragon City's city gates. Although Sky Dragon City seemed very close, it was not that easy to reach the city gate. It took them half an hour to reach the city gate. There was an endless stream of martial artists on the Heavenly Dragon Great Dao. Martial artists, martial spirits, and even martial kings were very common. Sky Dragon City, take a detour. A Tier 9 warrior spirit patrolling martial artist saw the beast-drawn carriage speeding towards them and was satisfied with its speed. He immediately shouted out loud. Judging from the decorations of the beast-drawn carriage, there was no big shot inside. In a place like Sky Dragon City, they had the final say because they were protected by top-notch figures. Continue walking, ignore them. Li Lingtian's voice reached Zheng Lin's ears. Since he was going to get himself involved in this mess, he had to make a big deal out of it. A mere city gate patrol dared to block his ride. He was courting death. Giddy up. Zheng Lin was shocked, but after hearing Li Lingtian's words, he had no choice but to take a gamble. This was a wild gamble. He could not enter Sky Dragon City in the past, but now that he had the chance, he could try. The speed of the beast carriage did not slow down, but instead increased. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the city gate. All the passers-by were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to challenge the authority of the patrol team. You're courting death. Yang Xian was stunned when he saw that the beast carriage was accelerating instead of slowing down. In the past, even nobles, ministers, and martial kings would stop at the city gate. However, this time, an ordinary beast carriage actually dared to provoke him. He flew into a rage and circulated all the true qi in his body. Then, he threw a punch at the beast carriage, and a violent whirlwind smashed toward the beast carriage. You're really courting death. Causing trouble in Sky Dragon City? You're asking for death. The patrol team is the Yang family's power. In Sky Dragon Empire, who would dare to provoke the Yang family? In the past, there was still the North Peace Marquis mansion that fought against the Yang family. Now, the North Peace Marquis mansion has declined. One move from a Tier 9 warrior spirit. Sigh, what a result. Countless pedestrians were gloating as they looked at the beast carriage beneath the whirlwind and the shocked Zheng Lin. Zheng Lin was only a Tier 6 warrior. In front of a Tier 9 warrior spirit, he did not even have the will to defend himself. Those who could enter and leave Sky Dragon City were all martial artists. Naturally, they knew about the furious attack of a Tier 9 warrior spirit. Just as the fist force was about to hit the beast carriage, something strange happened. The violent fist force whirlwind was blocked by a strange faint halo. The halo did not have any pressure, and the fist force whirlwind was instantly swallowed by the halo. All, with a terrifying scream, Yang Xian was suspended in the air by a strange force. His face revealed a terrifying and painful expression, and his face kept shrinking. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yang Xian, a Tier 9 warrior spirit, exploded strangely and turned into a bloody curtain. His entire body vanished into thin air. The halo disappeared, and all the warriors present were stunned. What kind of powerful and heaven-defying move was this? Not only was the Tier 9 warrior spirit's attack ineffective, but it had also killed them. The beast carriage did not stop from the beginning to the end. It moved forward quickly. Zheng Lin's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He knew better than anyone else that the person inside the beast carriage was merely a warrior spirit. He did not expect that he would be able to unleash such a shocking attack. You came to Sky Dragon City to cause trouble. You don't even take Sky Dragon Empire seriously. What do you think the Yang family is? With a loud roar, a middle-aged man in green descended from the city wall. His entire body was emitting a violent aura. More than 20 Tier 3 Martial King experts had already blocked the front of the city gate. They were only 20 meters away from the beast carriage. The azure-robed, middle-aged man who had descended from the city wall glanced at the beast carriage with a sharp gaze. His entire body floated in the air, looking down on all the warriors with a high and mighty attitude. Peak rank 9 Martial King. All the martial artists were shocked. They did not expect that there would be a peak rank 9 Martial King among the 20 Martial Kings. Rank 9 Martial Kings had already exceeded the scope of Martial Kings and was one step into the martial arts Grandmaster realm. A peak rank 9 Martial King could even fly for a short period of time. This was also the symbol of a peak rank 9 Martial King. Everyone could tell the middle-aged man's cultivation at a glance. Patrol Company Leader, Yang family's genius expert. Looks like the people in the beast carriage are going to be unlucky this time. Provoking the Yang family is no different from looking down on the ruler. All the martial artists discussed animatedly. They used their Chao Zhen Qi to resist the pressure of a 9th-level martial king. They were shocked by the power of the Yang family, but some were curious to see who was inside the beast carriage. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Rank 9 Martial King Death. Chapter 96. Rank 9 Martial King Death. This young lord is returning. Don't tell me your Yang family is going to use this little lineup to welcome this young lord. A calm voice sounded. The voice was calm and peaceful, as if it was talking about a very ordinary matter. It completely ignored the rank 9 Martial King and the 20 or so Martial Kings in the air. No matter how foolish they would understand that the person inside the carriage was only a youth. This voice was no older than 20 years old. Who are you? This is Sky Dragon City. You killed a member of the patrol team and violated the laws of the Empire. You ignored the dignity of the Yang family and should be punished. Yang Haozong was stunned when he heard the voice inside the beast carriage. He thought that the person inside the beast carriage should be a powerful martial king or even a martial arts grandmaster. Why was it just a young man's voice? However, in Sky Dragon Empire, the Yang family was the biggest, unless they were members of the royal family. However, the royal family's beast carriage had a special symbol, so it was impossible for them to ride in such an ordinary beast carriage. The Yang family? Fuck your Yang family. In front of me, the Yang family is just a pile of trash. Li Lingtian's killing intent surged as he secretly instructed Zheng Lin to drive the car forward. The Yang family dared to use the Yang family to threaten him. Was this not courting death? You're courting death. When the 20 martial kings saw the beast carriage approaching, they did not wait for Yang Haozong to say anything before launching dozens of attacks at the beast carriage. Instantly, the air outside the city gate was filled with energy and the space trembled. All the surrounding martial artists were pressed to the ground by the pressure of more than 20 martial kings. They were extremely shocked. You overestimate yourself. The calm voice from inside the beast carriage rang out once again. The voice turned cold, and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. Everyone could clearly feel the temperature drop, and the area within a kilometer of the city gate was covered in white frost. Dozens of attacks arrived in front of the beast carriage in the blink of an eye. If they were hit, even a martial arts grandmaster would be crushed. At this moment, dozens of attacks froze. A glacier with a radius of 100 meters suddenly appeared. The 20 or so martial king realm experts were frozen into ice sculptures by the glacier. The world instantly fell silent. Die! Die! A cold voice rang out, as if it came from the depths of hell. The glacier shattered into pieces, and more than 20 martial king realm experts were directly turned into pieces. All! Someone's scream broke the silence. Even bystanders would be shocked to death by what they saw. The attack of more than 20 martial king realm experts was actually neutralized by the other party and killed at the same time. This kind of heaven-defying skill was too terrifying. What a terrifying ice martial spirit. This is no different from the legendary 1,000 Miles of Ice. Could it be that there's a martial arts grandmaster in the beast carriage? This time, the Yang family has lost a lot of face. Warriors were usually not afraid of things getting out of hand. Although they were shocked by the changes just now, those who dared to provoke the Yang family wanted to know who it was. Yang Haozong, who was in the air, reacted and was instantly enraged. A shocking frosty chi had erupted from the beast carriage just now, restraining the attacks of more than 20 martial kings. A glacier had killed all the martial kings. However, he had already discovered that the cultivation of the person in the beast carriage had definitely not reached the martial king realm. Martial kings had the pressure and aura of a martial king, while martial arts grandmasters had the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. Since he used such a powerful attack, he must have used some kind of treasure. If he encountered it, if he didn't kill it, He would be sentenced to death when he returned to the Yang family. Flame Gold Changyang Tian, die for your father. Yang Haozong swooped down from the sky and unleashed a shocking attack. His entire body was covered in a golden shield of light, as if a god had descended. The people inside the beast carriage had glaciers, so he used his strongest defense. This way, he could shatter the beast carriage with one strike and kill the people inside. Even a martial arts grandmaster would not dare to easily block the full force attack of a peak tier 9 martial king. Outside the city gate, a golden light shone. Under the golden light, the beast carriage seemed extremely small. You won't die if you don't seek death, but you. If you want to die, then die. Dominating heaven fist, destroy it. The voice inside the beast carriage was still very calm, but after the voice fell, a domineering and unparalleled pressure erupted. A huge fist shadow directly met the attack descending from the sky. The fist shadow carried destructive power, and the two attacks collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the fist shadow and the golden attack collided. Instantly, two rays of light exploded. The ground trembled, and the golden light disappeared. The fist shadow also disappeared. The earth regained its peace. In the sky, Yang Haozong, who had been sent flying by the fist shadow, fell down fiercely. He spat out a mouthful of blood. All the meridians in his body were broken. He was a cripple. This is my token. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. The Yang family better not provoke this young master, or else the Yang family will vanish into thin air. A jade token shot out from the beast carriage and landed in the hands of a warrior spirit team member at the city gate. All the martial artists were no longer in a good mood. Curiosity could kill. More than 20 rank 3 martial kings had died, and the last attack from a peak rank 9 martial king had been crippled. Outside the city gate, hundreds of pedestrians didn't dare to move. They quietly scanned the jade plate with their spiritual senses. North Peace Marquee Residences, Li Lingtian. The member of the search team woke up from his shock. His heart was pounding nonstop, worried that the person in the beast carriage would give him a blow. When he saw the jade token in his hand, his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Li Lingtian from the Northern Marquee Residence. Marquis Pingbei only had one son, Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian was only 15 or 16 years old. How could he be so powerful? Li Lingtian from the Northern Marquee Residence? Could it be that Li Lingtian from the Northern Marquee Residence? But Li Lingtian is only a teenager. This attack is definitely not something that a youth can unleash. Could it be that there are other people in the beast carriage? But there is only one person in the beast carriage. All the martial artists were incomparably shocked. Most of these people were from Sky Dragon City. They were extremely clear about the Northern Marquee Residence. These days would not be easy. Marquis Pingbei only had one son. They would never believe that the person in the beast carriage was Li Lingtian, even if they were beaten to death. No matter how powerful a person was, he would not have such a shocking cultivation base in his teens. Squeak, squeak. The beast carriage disappeared from the city gate and headed straight into the city, leaving behind a group of cultivators who were stunned outside the city gate. By the time the warriors regained their senses, Li Lingtian's beast carriage had already disappeared. The Northern Marquee's mansion has always been suppressed by the Yang family, but now I didn't expect that they would actually kill the Yang family so brazenly. Looks like Sky Dragon City won't be very quiet for a while. Dare to challenge the Yang family. There's going to be a good show. Li Lingtian, the heir of the North Marquee residence, killed the Yang family's martial king powerhouse. For a moment, the news of a northern city of Heavenly Dragon Great City was all over the place. Tea houses and inns were filled with news of what happened outside the city gates. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen what the person inside the beast carriage looked like, Chapter 97. Chapter 97. North Peace Marquee Residence. Chapter 97. North Peace Marquee Residence. Have you heard? Just half an hour ago, something big happened at the city gate. What big matter? What else is there in Sky Dragon City? Who dares to cause trouble in Sky Dragon City? Isn't that courting death? A beast carriage barged into the city and killed a Tier 9 warrior spirit. The 20 or so martial kings from the Yang family were killed by a glacier that spanned tens of thousands of meters. All the martial kings were turned into pieces by the glacier. Yang Haozong, who was a peak Tier 9 martial king, was also killed by Changyang Tian with a single punch. That's impossible, right? He's that powerful? Unless he's a martial emperor or a martial grandmaster. Yang Haozong's flaming gold Changyang heaven is known for its invincible defense. Even Wu Zong's might not be able to break through it. What a secret! The person inside this beast carriage is Li Lingtian from the Northern Marquis residence. Isn't Li Lingtian from the Northern Marquis residence just a young man? How could he kill a martial king? Moreover, the Yang family's power is like the sun at its zenith. How would the North Peace Marquis Fu dare to oppose the Yang family? One remember now. Some time ago, I heard that Sky Cloud Sect produced a heaven-defying monster. Could it be this Li Lingtian? If that's the case, the Yang family and the North Peace Marquis will have a good show to watch. Zheng Lin drove the beast carriage into the city. He could not calm down at all. There was only a warrior spirit youth in the beast carriage. However, everything that he saw just now had completely exceeded his imagination. He had seen a battle between martial kings and martial grandmasters before, but none of them were as domineering as the youth in the beast carriage. They were all killed in one strike. Was he really a warrior spirit? Was he really just a teenager? This youth was the heir of the North Peace Marquis estate. He didn't expect the North Peace Marquis estate to be so low profile, to have such a heaven-defying genius, and still be so patient. Very soon he calmed down. Since he was following this prince, the stronger he was, the more secure he would be in the future. The master was strong, and the servant was also superior to others. Li Lingtian was resting in the beast carriage with his eyes closed. The incident earlier was just a small interlude. In this world, the strong were respected. As long as one had enough strength, their fists were the reason. If one's strength was not enough, today would be the day of his death. Life and death depended on the depth of one's strength. He had not returned for a few years, and there was no news of him. In the past, the Northern Marquis' residence was so glorious, but he had never thought that it would be suppressed to such a state. He would not let go of what he had a shoulder. Since he came to the North Peace Marquis estate, he was destined to turn Sky Dragon City upside down unless he died. What he had to do now was to quickly increase his cultivation and face all kinds of powerful challenges. North Peace Marquis Fu. The Northern Marquis estate was located in the northern city, and the entire estate occupied a radius of several miles. To be able to have such a large estate in a place like the capital, where every inch of land was worth every inch of gold, one could only imagine how extraordinary the status of the Marquis estate was in the past. Emperor Tianlong of the Northern Marquis residence bestowed the title to Li Lingtian's grandfather, Li Chongyang. Li Lingtian's father, Li Suifeng, had even inherited the title of Northern Marquis due to his outstanding military achievements. In these few years, the Yang family had been very powerful and had been suppressing dissidents, and the Pingbei Marquis residence was the one that suppressed them the most. The current Pingbei Marquis estate was not even comparable to a second-grade official of the imperial court. Although it was still the Pingbei Marquis estate and Pingbei Marquis, it did not have the slightest bit of power. On this day, Li Suifeng and his wife, Qin Susu, were resting in a pavilion in the courtyard. A few servants were waiting outside the pavilion. I wonder how Tiana is doing. Susu misses Tiana. Qin Susu was about 30 years old, but she looked like she was only 21 or 22 years old. One should know that Qin Susu was a rare beauty in Sky Dragon City. Even though she was 30 years old now, she was no different from a 21 or 22-year-old girl. Now that his son had left the Marquisdom for 8 years, he had only seen him a few times along the way. In these 3 years, he had not seen him once. Mother and son's hearts were connected. Even though Pingbei Marquis Fu was suppressed, she only cared about her husband and son. In Sky Cloud Sect, Other than the Yang family, no one else would dare to touch him. It's just that I can't enter Sky Cloud's sect, or else one can also look up to Tian. Li Suifeng's face was filled with a trace of desolation. The dignified Marquis of North Peace, who guarded the important place of the Sky Dragon Empire's military, the Thunderclap City, was thrown back by an imperial edict, and the Thunderclap City fell into the hands of the Yang family. He had been in the army all his life, but now he could only stay idle in the residence. It was more uncomfortable than killing him. Sky Dragon Empire and the 4 major sects had a rule that all the princes of Sky Dragon City had to enter the sect to cultivate. The sect was not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the imperial court, and the imperial court's officials were not allowed to enter the sect. As a result, many princes and heirs would not be able to see their relatives for years. It was no wonder that Qin Susu missed her son. Suifeng, the Sky Dragon Empire's once-in-a-decade genius competition, should be starting soon. When the time comes, write a letter and ask Sky Cloud sect to bring Tian over. Qin Susu remembered that Sky Cloud sect will be participating in the Sky Dragon Empire genius competition. She could use her connections to bring the letter to her son. All right, I will pass on this matter. The Yang family is getting more and more arrogant. I will try my best not to participate in this competition. Li Suifeng was worried that the Yang family's disciples would deal with Li Lingtian and Sky Cloud sect. However, he did not dare to say it out loud, as it would only make his wife more worried. Lord Marquis. At this moment, a servant ran in with a surprised expression on his face. He was out of breath from running. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Li Suifeng saw that the head chief of the Marquis Dom, Li Chengyuan, had lost his composure, and a trace of unhappiness flashed across his face. Li Chengyuan was known for his calmness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to the chief steward of the Marquis Mansion. This Li Chengyuan had been in the Marquis Mansion for several generations and was loyal. This subordinate greets Lord Marquis and Madam. Young Master is back. Li Chengyuan calmed down for a moment and said excitedly. He was just doing some work outside when he saw a beast carriage coming to the entrance of the Marquis' mansion. A white-robed youth walked out from inside and was stunned. How could he not recognize the young man in white? He was the young master that the Marquis and Madam missed. He had been in the Marquis residence since he was young and watched Li Lingtian grow up. Now that the young master had grown up and returned, how could he not be excited? In the past few years, the young master of the Marquis Mansion had become even more elegant. He looked exactly like his wife, Qin Susu. He had lost a part of his daughter's coquettishness and gained a part of his man's sunshine. After greeting Li Lingtian, he jogged to the pavilion in the courtyard to report the good news to the Marquis wife. If the Marquis and his wife were to learn of this news, they would definitely be overjoyed. Tian is back. Tian is back. Father, young master has really returned. The 3 voices sounded at the same time. Li Suifeng and Qin Susu were pleasantly surprised. The other person was the only servant in the pavilion. She was very beautiful. This was Li Lingtian's former handmaiden, Li Xiaoxiao. The 2 of them spent the most time together and had the best relationship. However, they did not meet again after Li Lingtian went to Sky Cloud sect. Without needing Li Chengyuan to answer, everyone had already gotten the answer. On the bluestone path in the courtyard, a young man in white walked over at a moderate speed. His entire body and the surrounding flowers and trees formed a landscape elegant and graceful. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Xiao Xiao 1. Chapter 98. Xiao Xiao 1. Tian greets father. Greetings, mother. Li Lingtian arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man before him and the woman beside him. Although he was from the 21st century in his previous life, this place was also his home. With the fusion of their souls, everything here was his. In his memory, everything here was very familiar. His father, Li Suifeng, his mother, Qin Susu, and his little handmaiden, Li Xiaoxiao. Tian, I missed you so much. Qin Susu's tears fell. The son she had been thinking about day and night was finally back. She reached out and hugged Li Lingtian. 8 years had passed. He was still a child when she left her, but now he had become a dashing and elegant youth. Li Lingtian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. As an orphan in his past life, he had never experienced a father's or mother's love. However, in this life, he had a mother's or father's love. His eyes were misty. Although the woman in front of him was a peerless beauty, his heart was filled with warmth when he was hugged so intimately because this woman was his mother. There was no blood relation, but there was a mother-son relationship in their souls. After a long time, Qin Susu finally let go of Li Lingtian. However, she continued to hold Li Lingtian's hand as she sized him up carefully. Li Suifeng and the other servants were also looking at Li Lingtian and Qin Susu. My Tian has grown up. Qin Susu smiled. Her son looked exactly the same as her. They were like the same mold, elegant and confident. Xiao Xiao greets young master. Li Xiao Xiao bowed and said in a soft voice. Then, her face turned red. This subordinate greets young master. The rest of the servants bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian. In the marquisdom, Li Suifeng spent most of his time guarding Thunderclap City. Qin Susu did not treat these servants as servants at all. In their hearts, Qin Susu was the best master. Moreover, Qin Susu's family was one of the top 10 families in Sky Dragon Empire. Their powerful items were not much inferior to Sky Cloud sect. You and your son look like siblings, Li Suifeng said with a smile. In his heart, the most important things were his wife and son. Following that, Li Lingtian felt a headache coming on. Qin Susu kept asking him questions about his cultivation life in Sky Cloud sect, and Li Lingtian answered them one by one. But even so, he was not impatient at all. This was because his mother cared about him. The more she cared about him, the warmer his heart felt. Li Xiao Xiao was quietly observing Li Lingtian from the side, while Li Qingyuan instructed his servants to prepare a banquet to welcome Li Lingtian. Li Xiao Xiao and Qin Susu's laughter could be heard from the pavilion in the courtyard. It had been a long time since the marquisdom last had such laughter. Li Lingtian's return put Qin Susu in a good mood. Lord Marquis, Madam, there are rumors that young master has returned. Young master has killed 24 patrol members of the Yang family and the Martial King and Martial King families. Captain Yang Haozong was also killed by young master. It's over. An old man in gray appeared outside the pavilion and bowed respectfully to Li Suifeng and Qin Susu. He quickly told them about the rumors outside. However, he paused at the end because there was a white-robed youth in the pavilion. Wasn't this the young master of the Marquis Manor? Rumors had it that his young master had returned and killed a martial king outside the city gates. Now, his master was already in the Marquis Manor. What is it? There are such rumors. Boring, simply boring. My Tian is only 16 years old. How could she kill a martial king? Yang Haozong is a peak tier 9 martial king. Even I might not be able to kill him. Li Suifeng's face was filled with anger. The rumors outside were too untrustworthy. His son had just returned, yet he was already spreading such rumors. Wasn't this pushing Li Lingtian into the limelight? He's just a martial king. There's no need to make a fuss. At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been talking to Qin Susu, opened his mouth. He looked at the elder in gray. He had seen this elder before. He was one of his father's experts. Li Suifeng and the gray-robed elder were stunned by his words. Everyone looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. What did he mean by a mere martial king? 24 martial kings and a peak rank 9 martial king were killed. Was he making a fuss over nothing? They would not be surprised if a top martial arts grandmaster had killed 24 tier 3 martial kings and 1 tier 9 martial king. However, it would be a huge joke if they said that the young master of the marquisdom had killed all these people. As everyone knew, the young master of the northern marquis residence, Li Lingtian, was only 16 years old. No matter how powerful he was only a warrior. How could he kill a martial king? Tianer, is that true? Li Suifeng was the Marquis of North Peace and had fought countless battles. He could tell something from Li Lingtian's words, but he could not believe it. The elderly man in gray, Qin Su Su, and all the servants were looking at Li Lingtian, waiting for his answer. This is true. The Yang family is too ignorant. We should suppress them. Li Lingtian's expression was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. A youth actually said that the Yang family was ignorant and wanted to suppress the Yang family. If it was a Wu Zong who said this, they could still accept it. However, this sentence came from the mouth of a 16-year-old youth. It became a little strange. You killed 24 rank 3 martial kings and even Yang Haozong? Li Suifeng looked excited. This was too shocking. His son was able to kill a warrior king, which meant that his cultivation was not a warrior king. However, after scanning with his divine perception, Li Lingtian's cultivation was only a Tier 9 warrior spirit. Tier 9 warrior spirit. His son had reached Tier 9 warrior spirit at the age of 16. Ever since Li Lingtian's return, he had not checked Li Lingtian's cultivation level. In his opinion, no matter how talented his son was, he was only a warrior. He did not expect his son to have reached Tier 9 warrior spirit. A Tier 9 warrior spirit killed a martial king in Yang Haozong. Everyone was shocked. Although their cultivation levels were not high, in this world where the strong were respected, they naturally understood the difference in cultivation levels. Rumor has it that a Tier 9 warrior spirit Yang Xine's attack was blocked by a faint halo and turned into ashes by an invisible force. 24 Tier 3 warrior kings were turned into ice sculptures by a glacier and shattered by the glacier. Yang Haozong, a peak Tier 9 martial king, used the flaming gold Changyang heaven. He was crippled by a single punch. From the beginning to the end, no one saw who was inside the beast carriage. They only managed to find out about young master's background from the token and the person who spoke inside the beast carriage. In his shock, the elderly man in gray told everyone about the rumors outside. Apart from Li Lingtian, everyone in the courtyard was beyond shocked. Young master, you killed so many martial kings without showing up. You're so cool. Li Xiaoxiao said happily, imagining the situation at that time. The beast carriage was running, ignoring the attacks of the experts, and the experts were turned into ashes by the attacks from the beast carriage. How cool was that? Chapter 99. Chapter 99. The Yang Family. Chapter 99. The Yang Family. Tianer, how did you do it? With your cultivation, you could only use a profound armament at most. Even if you did, you wouldn't be a match for a martial king. How could you kill a martial king? Li Suifeng's words were what everyone was most curious about. How did a young man like Li Lingtian kill a warrior king? Father, Tianer has activated her ice and fire martial souls and mastered 2 earth rank skills. Naturally, she can kill a martial king. I came back this time to participate in the Sky Dragon Empire competition as Sky Cloud Sect's #1 expert. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He had nothing to hide from his parents, other than a few mysterious and heaven-defying cultivation techniques and his own origins. He would not hide anything else. Besides, it would not be long before everyone in Sky Dragon City would recognize him. After he finished speaking, his divine sense moved, and a jade token appeared in front of him, finally landing in Li Suifeng's hand. Sky Cloud Sect's #1 expert? To participate in the Sky Dragon Empire Genius Competition? Ice and Fire Martial Souls. An Earth-ranked skill. This is Sky Cloud Sect's Sky Cloud token. How is this possible? Only the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master has a Sky Cloud token. How did this Sky Cloud token end up in your hands? When Li Suifeng heard Li Lingtian's words, he was instantly struck dumb. Any one of these things could shock the world. He did not expect that his son would be involved in these shocking events. Finally, he saw the jade token in his hand. He had never seen this jade token before, but the words Tianyu Order were written on it. He still knew what was going on. The Tianyu token was the most extraordinary token in Sky Cloud Sect other than the Sect Master. As long as it didn't go against Sky Cloud Sect, even the sect master couldn't restrain the owner of this token. Tian is the Sky Pavilion Master. Li Ling Tian replied calmly. After experiencing so many things, he felt that these things were very normal. It was just like how some poor people were shocked when they saw hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, in front of a millionaire who had tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan, this shock was already a common occurrence. If they knew that he had extorted all the geniuses in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, if they knew that he had fought against the Martial Emperor's Wind Demon, he didn't know how shocked he would be. Damn it, you brat. You hid it so well that you even dare to hide it from me. After a long time, Li Suifeng calmed down and punched Li Ling Tian with an excited expression. Shoo! The punch looked ferocious, but as a Tier 9 peak warrior king, he knew what to do. His son was able to kill a warrior king, become the Tianyu Pavilion Master, and become Sky Cloud Sect's #1 powerhouse in the Inner Sanctum. Naturally, he was not weak. This punch could also be used to test Li Ling Tian's cultivation base. However, who would have thought that the punch that hit Li Ling Tian would be like hitting cotton, negated by a faint defensive barrier? The elderly man in gray, Qin Su, and the other servants were jolted awake. They had a new understanding of Li Ling Tian. Qin Su was extremely happy. No matter if her son was trash or genius, he would always be her son. A woman who only cared about two men, her husband and her son. Her husband was Marquis Pingbei, and her son was the #1 genius disciple of Sky Cloud Sect. How could she not feel happy? The Yang family is courting death. They killed a few useless people. With me around, they won't dare to do anything. Li Suifeng immediately thought of the Yang family's anger and felt excited in his heart. However, at the same time, he also thought of the Yang family's revenge. Although he had no power now, with his status, he would not let his son be threatened. Father, Tian will handle this matter personally. It's just a Yang family. In the future, if anyone dares to provoke a single person from my Northern Marquis estate, I will exterminate their entire family. If they kill a single person from my Northern Marquis estate, I will exterminate their entire empire. Li Ling Tian spoke in a serious tone. His entire body exuded an aura of disdain that did not match his age. He adhered to a principle that he wouldn't offend others unless they offended him. If others offended him, he would definitely offend them. All right, you've grown up. Just be careful in the future. Li Suifeng looked at his son's imposing manner, and his face revealed a gratified expression. This was his son, a good man who could support the heavens and the earth. Following that, everyone in Pingbei Marquis residence welcomed Li Ling Tian. The young master who had left Pingbei Marquis residence for 8 years had returned. The 300 servants and 300 elite guards of the North Marquis residence bowed and paid their respects to Li Ling Tian. The rumors were spreading like wildfire outside, and everyone believed the rumors since their young master had returned. Naturally, they were extremely happy to have such an overbearing master, especially the guards and experts. They all admired him very much. They did not dare to underestimate this young master. This young master could easily kill a 9th-level Martial King expert with a flip of his hand. The meal took 2 hours before Li Ling Tian finally returned to his old courtyard to rest. Li Xiaoxiao was his maid since she was young, so it was only natural for her to serve him at this time. Li Suifeng passed down the order that everything in the Pingbei Marquis estate was not to be leaked. But in the Yang family, it was a huge mess. The city guards were all from the Yang family, but 24 3rd-level Martial Kings were killed. Yang Haozong was a peak 9th-level Martial King, and he was the most promising genius to become a Martial Grandmaster in the past 2 years. He was still killed by the most inconspicuous young master of the Northern Marquis residence, Li Ling Tian. Although they did not see Li Ling Tian's appearance, Li Ling Tian's token was not fake at all. Damn it, it's too damn. Yang Qing Tian was extremely furious. The aura of a martial grandmaster burst out from his entire body. As the patriarch of the Yang family, More than 20 martial kings under him had actually been killed. This face was slapped so loudly that the people outside did not know what the rumors were. Family head, we'll have to ask the emperor for this. We'll use the emperor's authority to suppress the northern marquis residents and force him to hand over Li Lingtian. Yang Zhou's face revealed a solemn expression. He then thought of something. Since he had killed the patrol team at the city gates, he could use the laws of the empire to oppress the northern marquis residents. You go and prepare. Also, don't offend those people over there. If you offend them, our Yang family will not be robbed again. Yang Qingtian pondered for a moment. Now that a major event was imminent, he couldn't act rashly. A mere Pingbei marquis residence. As long as the major event was accomplished, he could easily wipe out Pingbei marquis residents. Not only the Yang family, but the other major forces in the Sky Dragon Empire had also received the news. Li Lingtian, the young master of the North Marquis residence, had returned in a mighty manner and killed 24 martial kings from the Yang family, as well as the Tier 9 martial king Yang Haozong. Li Lingtian gradually entered the attention of these major forces. Many people had already compared Li Lingtian to the 6 great young masters of Sky Dragon Empire. The 6 great young masters were all martial ancestor-level existences. These people were all below the age of 30. The top geniuses of a sect and family were regarded as the successors of the family and sect. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Raising the Guards Cultivation. Chapter 100, Raising the Guards Cultivation. The most talked about person in the entire Sky Dragon City was resting in the courtyard. The maid beside him was gently massaging his shoulders with a look of enjoyment on her face. Xiao Xiao, a little to the left. Li Lingtian was lying on a cool chair, moaning comfortably as he munched on fruits. From time to time, he would call out to Li Xiao Xiao to move to the left or right. The fruits he ate were not ordinary fruits. These were spirit fruits that he had picked on Hidden Dragon Island. Any one of them was at least 10 years old. He would eat the 10-year-old spiritual fruits as if they were fruits because there were a lot of spiritual fruits in his divine dragon ring that were more than 100 years old, not to mention the 10-year-old spiritual fruits. She was with Tang Ziming. Although she was his fiancée and they were childhood sweethearts, there were still differences between men and women when they grew up. It was already amazing if they were a little intimate. However, Li Xiao Xiao was his maid since he was young. Li Xiao Xiao was 1 year older than him, and they had been together for a longer time. Naturally, he had no qualms. Young master, tell me about how you extorted those genius disciples on Hidden Dragon Island. Xiao Xiao loves it when you extorted them. Li Xiao Xiao's family had followed the Li family for several generations. In the beginning, they did not have the surname Li. In the end, Li Chongyang bestowed the surname Li to Li Xiao Xiao's family. This was also to raise their status in the North Pingho estate. When Li Lingtian first came back, she was still a little restrained. Although they used to be together every day, Li Lingtian had left for a few years, and the drastic changes had made her feel a little distant. Moreover, the two of them were not children anymore. They were teenagers and girls. Naturally, they felt reserved. However, after less than a day, they did not feel so restrained. Qin Susu had asked about the Hidden Dragon Island out of curiosity. They were only shocked by Li Lingtian's experience and were now numb to it. Li Lingtian closed his eyes slightly and enjoyed Li Xiao Xiao's jade-like hands as he told Li Xiao Xiao about the Hidden Dragon Island. Eat more of this spirit fruit. It's very beneficial to your skin and can also increase your cultivation. After you're done eating, just come and get it. I'll cultivate first. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and handed a storage pouch to Li Xiao Xiao before heading to his room. As for his own items, other than a few top-notch treasures and important items, he didn't care about anything else. After all, it was just left there. Giving it to his people to use was also its value. Thank you, young master, Li Xiao Xiao said happily. How could the fruits outside be as good as the spiritual fruits from Hidden Dragon Island? A spiritual fruit like this would cost at least a few hundred spirit stones if sold. Moreover, there was always a demand but no supply. Li Lingtian had given quite a number of spirit fruits to the servants and guards of Marquis Pingbei's residence, thus raising their cohesion to the peak. As Li Lingtian's maidservant, she naturally had the advantage. Li Lingtian was cultivating various skills and techniques in his room. During his break, he would chat with Qin Susu and Li Xiaoxiao. Both of them enjoyed listening to Li Lingtian's experiences outside. Although they were all thrilling but not dangerous, the two of them were still trembling in fear. 5 days had passed since he returned to the Pingbei Marquis residence. There were more rumors about the young master of the Pingbei Marquis residence, Li Lingtian, and the rumors made him seem like a god. Over the past few days, Marquis Pingbei's residents have been constantly surprised because Li Lingtian had refined quite a number of peerless pills. Although they were all Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills, they were peerless pills that could not be refined even in legends. Many guards and servants had obtained pills to increase their cultivation. For these guards and servants, being able to obtain peerless pills was definitely a memorable value. He had a heaven-defying, monstrous master, and this master was approachable. More importantly, this master was also an alchemist who refined peerless pills at the age of 16. On this day, Li Lingtian was giving guidance to some guards in the courtyard while Li Suifeng and the others watched from the side. They were shocked that Li Lingtian was able to solve any guard's cultivation problem with ease. In terms of martial arts cultivation, Li Lingtian dared to say that he was second, but no one dared to say that he was first. This was because he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon's body barrier. He possessed the wisdom of the 21st century and possessed the soul of the Nine-Yang Saint Lord. With the three of them combined, who could match him? The few of you have already reached rank 8 Martial King. This fruit is for you. It will help you reach rank 9 Martial King. After Li Lingtian finished his instructions, he saw the 4-tier 8 Warrior King guards. He pondered for a moment before he took out 4,000-year purple jade fruits. One fruit can help me advance to rank 9 Martial King? Is young master joking? Is there really such a thing? All the guards were shocked by Li Lingtian's words. Even Li Suifeng and the rest could not believe it. Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying monster and an alchemist. Even an alchemist could not possibly advance from Tier 8 to Tier 9 Warrior King with just a fruit. Take a look at this, and you will believe me. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and 4 fist-sized fruits appeared. The fruits were purple in color and emitted a dense spirit chi. The entire courtyard's warriors were instantly energized. 1,000-year purple jade fruit. Shocked, it was still shocking. It was rare for Li Lingtian to bring out some spirit fruits, but he did not expect to bring out a 1,000-year-old spirit fruit. This spirit fruit could indeed increase the cultivation of a martial king. It was no wonder Li Lingtian was so confident. This fruit could ignore the martial king realm and directly increase the cultivation of a martial king realm. Don't be envious. Whoever reaches rank 8 Martial King first will get this fruit. But you have to work hard. I don't have many of these fruits with me. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he tossed the 4 fruits into the hands of the 4-tier 8 Warrior King guards. As for the rest of the warriors, Li Lingtian distributed some of the peerless spirit binding pills to them. He did not have much time to refine elixirs now, but if he had the time, he could research the Tier 3 Void Spirit pills. After refining the 3rd-grade Void Spirit pill, his cultivation would also increase rapidly. Moreover, the cultivation of the others would also increase rapidly. Young Master's great kindness is something that this subordinate will never be able to repay. In the future, if young Master says the word, this subordinate will go through fire and water without hesitation. The 4-tier 8 Warrior Kings and the other guards bowed respectfully to show their loyalty. A master like him would one day rule over Eastern Spirit Greenland. If they chose to stand by Li Lingtian's side now, they would reap endless benefits in the future. If he became famous, even if he wanted to be his slave, he would not be qualified. After that, he used his divine perception to explore the divine dragon ring for a while. With a wave of his hand, Each of them received a spirit weapon. Warrior spirit guards were either superior grade or peerless grade spirit weapons, while warrior kings were profound weapons. Martial King level 8 and level 9 were supreme grade profound armaments. In the last battle in the Endless Sea, 47 martial arts grandmasters had died, and supreme grade and upper grade profound armaments had fallen into his hands. He couldn't use it all, so he gave it to these guards to buy their hearts and increase the strength of his subordinates. This could be considered an investment, comma. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Sky Cloud Sect arrives. Chapter 101. Sky Cloud Sect arrives. Seeing Li Lingtian's extravagant spending of spirit fruits, pills, and profound and spiritual weapons, who else could withstand his attacks? At this moment, the head chief of the Mark residence, Li Qingyuan, walked in. After bowing respectfully to Li Suifeng, he said softly, "Lord Marquis, Sky Cloud Sect has come to the Lord Manor." Sky Cloud Sect. Li Suifeng was taken aback. Sky Cloud Sect was one of the 4 great super sects and would not normally visit the residence of an imperial court official. However, he immediately thought of Li Lingtian, and it was probably because of him. "Invite them in." Naturally, Li Lingtian heard Li Qingyuan's words. He did not speak but maintained a smile on his face. He must have understood the reason behind Sky Cloud Sect's visit to the Marquisdom. In other places, Sky Cloud Sect would be welcomed by people wherever they went. They must have come to the Marquis residence because of him. A moment later, a series of footsteps sounded. A dozen martial artists arrived at the courtyard. "Lu Nantian of Sky Cloud Sect is here to visit you. Please forgive me for coming here rashly." Li Suifeng was surprised that Lu Nantian greeted him as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Sky Cloud Sect had a high status. He was a marquis, but he was nothing in front of a colossus like Sky Cloud Sect. Now, even if it was for Li Lingtian's sake, he would not stand on ceremony. It seemed that his son's status in Sky Cloud Sect was not ordinary. "Ah, it's my lord's manor's honor to have you here." Li Suifeng quickly returned the greeting. These people were being polite because of Li Lingtian. If he did not know his place, he would be the one looking for trouble. "Greetings, Lord Marquis." The dozen or so martial artists behind him greeted Li Suifeng. Those who came to participate in the Sky Dragon Empire's competition this time were all martial artists above the Martial King realm. However, these people were all below the age of 50. Li Lingtian glanced at them and found that the lowest among them was a Tier 4 warrior king. There were even a few martial arts grandmasters. He also understood the rules of Sky Dragon Empire's genius competition. Anyone below the age of 50 could participate, regardless of whether they were warrior spirits, warrior kings, or martial grandmasters. This competition was to compete for the rankings of the prodigy roll. Anyone below the age of 50 who entered the top 10 would be able to enter the prodigy roll. On the prodigy roll, every single one of them was a super genius. Compared to the Hidden Dragon Island, they were many times stronger. Although there were many geniuses gathered last time, their ultimate goal was to train and take risks. The sects and empires would not let the true super geniuses take risks. The purpose of the Sky Dragon Empire competition this time was to see how powerful the true geniuses of Sky Dragon Empire were and whether they had improved. Li Suifeng led the crowd to the main hall to receive the Sky Cloud Sect's experts. In the past, these genius disciples had their noses up in the air and did not even bother to greet the Marquis of the Imperial Court. However, things are different now. Li Lingtian from the North Marca residence was Sky Cloud Sect's #1 genius disciple. He had ice and fire dual martial souls and could kill a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse at the warrior spirit realm. Furthermore, the news that Li Lingtian had killed 24 Tier 3 warrior kings and crippled a peak Tier 9 warrior king in one move had spread all over Sky Dragon City. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had not shown himself or used his weapon. With such strength, who would dare to provoke him? It was fine if they did not try to curry favor with Li Lingtian, but they should not offend him. In the hall, Li Suifeng was chatting with a few martial arts grandmasters while the other martial kings were sizing up Li Lingtian. It was their first time seeing this Sky Cloud sect's rising disciple. It was the same for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had never seen these people in his years in Sky Cloud sect. The most powerful person he had seen was sect leader Ling Tianfeng, who was a martial arts grandmaster. This time, Sky Cloud sect has come to the capital for a competition. The Sky Cloud Pavilion Master is the Marquis's son and also a disciple of Sky Cloud sect. I'll have to disturb the Marquis in the future, Lu Nantian said with a smile. It would be more convenient to stay at the Marquis Dom than anywhere else. At least there was Li Lingtian at the Marquis Dom. Don't say that. Everyone here is Ling Tian's fellow disciple, so you can do whatever you want in the Marquis Dom. Li Suifeng said in a tone that was neither humble nor respectful. He was only a rank 9 martial king, but he was the marquis of a country and a hero who had fought on the battlefield. After witnessing his son's abilities these few days, he had the courage to speak. It's better to meet than to hear. I heard that Sky Cloud sect has produced a heaven-defying talent, and after meeting him today, Ling Tian is indeed extraordinary. Luo Yinping looked at Li Lingtian as he spoke loudly. Initially, only Tier 4 martial kings were allowed to participate in the Sky Dragon Empire Genius Tournament. However, the sect had only arranged for 9 people to compete. After some inquiries, he found out that one of the disciples had left the sect for Sky Dragon City. However, they did not expect that the disciple participating in the competition was only a 15-year-old youth. No matter how powerful a 15-year-old youth was, he was only a warrior spirit. In front of countless martial kings and martial grandmasters, wasn't this a waste of spot? They only accepted the arrangement after they learned about Li Lingtian's background and experience. They were shocked to learn of Li Lingtian's methods after arriving at Sky Dragon City. Now, the young man before him had a calm expression on his face. He was a Tier 9 warrior spirit. If he could not see through his true strength, he would not believe that a Tier 9 warrior spirit could be so powerful. Senior brother Luo, you flatter me. Li Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not know much about Luo Yunping, but a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster cultivation was indeed profound. However, it was not hard to tell from his tone that Luo Yunping had a trace of hostility towards him. In the past, if someone dared to speak to him like this, he would definitely kill them. However, it was different now because he understood one thing. No matter what, he would not be angry at something or someone that was not worth it. A martial arts grandmaster was indeed powerful, but with his methods, a first-stage martial arts grandmaster was simply not enough. It was his principle that a giant dragon would not make an enemy of an ant. Cultivating the true dragon body protection and tempering his body with dragon energy had also improved his mental state quite a bit. In the end, Lu Nantian and the others were arranged to stay in the Marquis Mansion and wait for the Sky Dragon Empire competition in a month. In Sky Dragon City, there were more and more martial artists. All kinds of martial artist gatherings were also common. Although it was a competition of geniuses where there were martial artists gathered, there were business opportunities. Some low-level martial artists would naturally come here to make a fortune. It could be said that Sky Dragon City was overcrowded. Warrior spirits crawled all over the ground, martial kings walked all over the ground, and martial grandmasters flew all over the sky. Li Lingtian had also adapted to life in the Marquis Dom. He meditated at night to cultivate the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and comprehend some pill formulas and skills while Li Xiaoxiao followed him around during the day. Although she was a maid, Li Xiaoxiao was a beauty. With such a beauty serving her, what else could she not be satisfied with? In his spare time, he would refine some pills to reward the guards and servants. In an instant, the person everyone wanted to see the most in the Marquis Dom was Li Lingtian. Perhaps Li Lingtian would refine some elixirs for them when he was in a good mood. The elixirs refined by Li Lingtian were peerless, Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace. Chapter 102, Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when an imperial edict from the palace came from outside, summoning Li Lingtian and Li Suifeng for an audience. Although the Marquis-dom was huge with his divine sense, the entire Marquis-dom was under his divine sense. Every move of the Marquis-dom was within his line of sight. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Li Lingtian and Li Suifeng looked at each other and smiled. Naturally, they knew that nothing good would come out of this meeting. They could not avoid what was meant to come. The two of them tidied up their clothes and took the Marquis Manor's beast carriage to the imperial palace. Sky Dragon Great City was indeed the largest city in Sky Dragon Empire. The entire city was 6,000 square kilometers, and the Marquis-dom was more than 300 miles away from the imperial palace. Even if they were to travel by beast carriage, it would still take them an hour. The imperial palace. Looking at the imperial palace in front of him, it was no different from the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty that he had seen on television in his previous life. It was majestic and imposing. Countless patrolling guards and palace maids shuttled back and forth. When the two of them arrived at the main entrance of the palace, they were stopped by the palace guards. "So it's Lord Marquis." This subordinate greets Lord Marquis. These guards were all Martial King realm experts. When they saw Li Suifeng, their faces revealed a respectful expression. Li Suifeng was born in the battlefield and had deep strength. "Why is Vice Commander Zhang patrolling today?" Li Suifeng smiled faintly. The two of them were quite familiar with each other, and these were just normal greetings. The safety of the palace is the top priority for the Sky Dragon Empire's once-in-a-decade competition. I dare not be careless. Zhang Lingfeng, the deputy commander of the guards, cupped his fists and bowed. After that, Li Suifeng and Li Suifeng exchanged a few words before leading Li Lingtian into the palace. This young man must be Li Lingtian, the one who killed the 24 Martial King powerhouses from the Yang family some time ago. Indeed, heroes come from the young. He's so powerful at such a young age. One believed that with enough time, he'll definitely become the 7th young master of Sky Dragon Empire. The Northern Marquis residents has hidden themselves well. They didn't even resist being suppressed like this. The appearance of this prince, his methods were swift and decisive, killing the Yang family's experts. But now that Marquis Pingbei and the prince have entered the palace, it should be the Yang family's doing. After Li Lingtian and his wife left, some of the guards whispered among themselves. The strong were respected. In front of the strong, there was no age difference. Age did not matter if one was ambitious. Li Lingtian could not help but feel excited upon entering the palace. He had only watched it on television in his previous life, but he did not expect to actually enter the palace this time. This palace was many times worse than the one in his previous life. Many people who knew Li Suifeng came forward to greet him. Although they were greeting him, they were also very careful because the Pingbei Marquis estate was gradually declining. Heavenly Dragon Palace. All the officials and emperors were gathered in the conference hall of the Sky Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. The Sky Dragon Palace Hall represented the top existence of the Sky Dragon Empire. In front of the hall, hundreds of guards stood majestically. Each guard was a martial king and had profound strength. Such a lineup could only be seen in the Imperial Palace. I, the Marquis of North Peace, greet you. 1. Li Lingtian, the heir of the North Peace Marquis residence. Pay my respects. A sharp voice was heard. It immediately reminded Li Lingtian of the eunuchs in the palace in his previous life. The voice came in waves. Li Suifeng tidied his clothes and makeup before he headed to the main hall. Li Lingtian followed behind him at a moderate pace. He completely ignored the Martial King realm guards on both sides. Looking around, he didn't look like the other disciples who had entered the palace for the first time. Instead, it was as if he had entered his own backyard. I, Li Suifeng, pay my respects to the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your humble servant, Li Lingtian, greets Your Majesty. Li Suifeng bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man on the throne. All of the officials looked down, completely ignoring Li Suifeng's arrival. However, when it was Li Lingtian's turn to pay his respects to the heavenly dragon emperor, all the courtiers were stunned. Immediately, a gloating expression appeared on their faces. As a Marquis Ping Bei had to bow to the emperor even if he had outstanding military achievements. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was only the heir of the Marquis residence. Yet, he merely cupped his fists and greeted him as if he was greeting his peers. On the throne, Nangong Haoming's expression changed. This prince of Ping Bei was too rude and looked down on the royal authority. The whole world is the land of the king, and the shores of a land are the subjects of the king. He had always been high and mighty, respected by tens of thousands of people. Now, he was actually being rude by a youth. However, as an emperor, he had the demeanor of an emperor. Naturally, he would not speak up for such matters. If he did not speak up, there would naturally be people who would stand up and cause trouble. Marquis Ping Bei, the good son you raised, dares to look down on the sovereign. Li Lingtian, as a citizen of the empire, you've lost all manners. How can this be? Don't you have any respect for the ruler and the law? The crown prince's grand tutor Zhang Taiyin stepped forward and righteously criticized Li Lingtian and his son. Instantly, the other censors stood on Zhang Taiyin's side. When did this young master look down on the ruler? When did I lose my manners? Without waiting for Li Suifeng to speak, Li Lingtian took a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Taiyin. He glared at Zhang Taiyin fiercely. Needless to say, Zhang Taiyin was standing on the Yang family's side. He was the Yang family's puppet. How rude! You look down on the ruler and insult the tutor. Is this the upbringing of the Northern Marquis estate? I've experienced it. In an instant, more than a dozen censors were criticizing Li Lingtian, including Li Suifeng. Many censors have been instructed by the Yang family to suppress Marquis Ping Bei. Li Suifeng was already used to it after all these years. Zhang Taiyin was stunned by Li Lingtian's question. He did not know how to answer at that moment, and his nose was covered in dust in front of so many officials. Li Lingtian, some time ago, he caused trouble outside the city gate and killed the patrol team. He disregarded the empire's dignity. Do you still want to deny it? Seeing that Zhang Taiyin couldn't get off the stage, Yang Zhiqing stood up and said loudly, trying to change the topic. However, what happened next made him even more unbearable. He was so angry that his face turned green and purple, and he looked extremely ugly. Get lost to the side for this, young master, first. I'll settle the score with you later. Li Lingtian glanced at Yang Zhiqing. The Yang family was just a dog in the imperial court, waiting for him to settle the score and wipe out Sky Dragon City. Impudent, impudent. How dare you call me young master in the Heavenly Dragon Palace? This is disregarding the ruler, despising the law, and losing etiquette. Zhang Taiyin's face lit up immediately. He had finally found a way to deal with Li Lingtian. Just this alone would bring him under the Empire's law. All right, you old fart, stop calling me that. I have the right to call me that. I dare to do so in the Heavenly Dragon Palace and the 4 great empires of the Green Continent. What do you mean by looking down on the law? When did this young master look down on the law? When did this young master look down on the ruler? You've lived for decades. Have you lived like a dog? As Li Lingtian spoke calmly, the entire Heavenly Dragon Palace became extremely stifling. All the civil and military officials were stunned, including Nangong Haoming, who was sitting on the throne. Was this imperial palace still his? Why was a young man calling him this young master in front of him? It was as if everyone had become a foil. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Tianyu Token. Chapter 103, Tianyu Token. Only Li Suifeng remained calm as he smiled at Li Lingtian. As he was confident, he was fearless. Scared, the Heavenly Dragon Palace was in an uproar. A young man actually scolded the Grand Tutor for living like a dog for decades. Was he trying to rebel? Li Suifeng, give me a reasonable explanation. Nangong Haoming couldn't stand it anymore. In his own empire, he could let his people humiliate him, but he couldn't blame Li Suifeng on the spot. The Li family had made great contributions, and countless generals in the army were disciples of the Li family. Your Majesty, Li Lingtian is a disciple of Sky Cloud sect, and also the heir of the Marquis of Pingbei residence. He has returned to Tianlong Kingdom to participate in the competition. The patrol team was instructed by the Yang family to stop Li Lingtian. Everyone outside the city gate witnessed Yang Xian's attempt to kill my son first. Li Suifeng took a step forward and bowed respectfully to Nangong Haoming. Then, he told Nangong Haoming what had happened outside the city gate. He turned to Zhang Taiyan with a faint smile. Grand Tutor, you said my son looked down on the law, looked down on the ruler, and lost his manners. Where did you come from? I would like to ask the Grand Tutor again. What crime should the Yang family's disciples who obstructed the Empire's competition be punished with? What crime does my son have for defending himself? Li Suifeng glared at Zhang Taiyan. In the past few years, Zhang Taiyan had been ordered by the Yang family to target him. Now, he finally had the chance to question Zhang Taiyan. The patrol team is protecting Sky Dragon City and His Majesty. It's only right that they attack Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian addressing me in the imperial court is an act of contempt for the ruler and the law. It's disrespectful. Zhang Taiyan said loudly with a smug look on his face. He had easily brushed aside the Yang family's crimes and confirmed Li Lingtian's crimes. He wanted to see how Li Suifeng would step down. Even if His Majesty were to show mercy on behalf of Li Suifeng and Li Lingtian, he would still have to consider his own dignity. Marquis Pingbei's residence was doomed this time. For a moment, the Heavenly Dragon Palace was extremely quiet. Every official had a conclusion in their hearts. It was likely that the Northern Marquis residence had completely fallen this time. Li Lingtian, as the Crown Prince, is supposed to serve the country. However, he killed the Empire's elite and looked down on the ruler. Li Lingtian, do you know your crimes? Nangong Haoming looked at the situation in the main hall and felt troubled. The Marquis of Pingbei had made great contributions to the Empire. For the sake of the Yang family, he had transferred Li Suifeng back to the capital. He was already ashamed of the transfer of power. If he were to attack the Marquis of Pingbei now, it would be hard to avoid feeling bitter. However, his position was also very awkward. Among the four great empires of Eastern Spirit Greenland, Sky Dragon Empire was the weakest. Moreover, Sky Dragon Empire was not a clan. In other words, this emperor was supported by a super sect and super clan in Sky Dragon Empire. The Yang family had grown in power these few years and had gone beyond his control. He had no choice but to do many things. If he didn't satisfy the Yang family, he would also be under pressure. Your Majesty, is self-defense a crime? The death of the patrol team is just their trash. I have the qualifications to be addressed as this young master in the imperial court. Li Lingtian shifted his gaze to Nangong Haoming. The moment he entered, he sized up the emperor. He was a Tier 9 martial king, which was similar to his father's strength. However, after being above the bow for a long time, there was an additional aura of a superior. This aura was the legendary aura of the true dragon son of heaven. However, in front of his true dragon body protection and the real dragon race, he was just a fake. With that, he released his divine sense and shot a token towards Nangong Haoming. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Nangong Haoming in an instant. At this moment, a strange aura blocked the token. It floated in front of Nangong Haoming and could not move at all. Li Lingtian was shocked. There was indeed a super expert. He did not see any real experts at the beginning, but he had seen them on television in his past life. The emperor was always accompanied by experts. Now that he tried, there was indeed a hidden expert, a real expert, and this expert was someone he had never seen before. Everyone was puzzled as they looked curiously at the token in front of Nangong Haoming. They wondered what Li Lingtian was up to. Could it be that a token could shirk all responsibility? Nangong Haoming's eyes were fixed on Li Lingtian. He then grabbed the token with one hand, and his calm expression changed drastically. As the Emperor of the Empire, he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed. Something that had not shocked people for many years had finally happened. Tianyu token. Looking at the 3 words on the token in his hand, he was extremely shocked. As the Emperor of the Empire, he naturally knew a lot about the matters of the 10 great families and the 4 great sections. Otherwise, his position as the Emperor would have ended. The Tianyu token was equivalent to the sect master of Sky Cloud sect. Moreover, this status was very extraordinary. It did not have as much power as the sect master, but in some special cases, this status had already surpassed the sect master. He just didn't know why this Sky Universe token would appear on this youth in front of him. Seeing the Sky Universe token was like seeing the Sky Universe Pavilion Master. The Emperor of Sky Dragon Empire had to be polite even when meeting the sect masters of the 4 sections. The Sky Pavilion Master was not someone the Emperor could provoke. "You are the Sky Pavilion Master." Nangong Haoming could not be bothered to lose his composure as he probed Li Lingtian. When he asked this question, he felt that he was dumbfounded. He actually had to ask such an impossible question. However, when he thought of Li Lingtian's high-profile visit to Sky Dragon City, killing a martial king with a single strike and addressing him as young master in the imperial court, he could not help but think of the identity of the heavenly pavilion master. It was too heaven-defying for a 16-year-old youth to be the Sky Pavilion Master. "I'm a Sky Pavilion Master. Does Her Majesty think that this token is fake?" Li Lingtian grabbed at the air with one hand, and the token in Nangong Haoming's hand returned to his hand. Even the strange aura did not stop him at all. Nangong Haoming was well aware that the token would only ignore any restrictions if it was connected to the owner's mind. Li Lingtian easily retrieved the token, which meant that it was his. However, this identity plane was too exaggerated. It was the first time in the thousands of years of Sky Cloud sect that someone had become the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master at the age of 16. This was the first time someone had become the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master after idling for thousands of years. Boom! At that moment, a shocking pressure erupted from the Heavenly Dragon Palace. The pressure was directed at Li Lingtian alone, and the others did not notice it at all. The pressure was so powerful that it felt like the heavens had descended. Li Lingtian was shocked to the core. The hidden master had indeed made a move to test the waters. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Tang Ziming arrives. Chapter 104. Tang Ziming arrives. True dragon body protection. Without batting an eyelid, he circulated all the true chi in his body and activated the true dragon body barrier. He waved his hand intentionally or unintentionally, and a stream of dragon chi was unleashed. Chi-chi, chi-chi. A sizzling sound appeared in the air. Everyone was puzzled, and their eyes revealed a look of horror. In an instant, the dragon chi and the pressure disappeared. The hall was still quiet, as if nothing had happened. Only a surprised sound came from the dark. At the same time, Nangong Haoming remained silent. However, Li Lingtian could clearly sense that someone was sending a secret voice transmission with his divine consciousness. However, he could not figure out what the other party was saying. "Your Majesty, this kid's cultivation is strange. Although he's only a Tier 9 warrior spirit, his strength is definitely not something a warrior king can compare to. Your Majesty, you must handle this matter carefully. The Tianyu Pavilion Master is not someone the Yang family can contend with." The elder in green, who was hiding in the dark, transmitted his voice. He was also extremely shocked. Although the attack just now was just a pressure, it was broken by a warrior spirit realm disciple. Moreover, he had broken through his pressure without leaving a trace. That mysterious aura made him feel afraid. Sky Cloud sect was not a fool. They would not give the token of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion Master to others so easily. If they were to hand it over to a warrior spirit disciple now, this matter would definitely not be so simple. Not to mention the others, killing 24 rank 3 martial kings in one move was something that even a super martial arts grandmaster could not do. Thank you, Elder Qing. Junior understands. Nangong Haoming was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the powerful Elder Qing to think so highly of this young man. This young man was too terrifying. Others might not know, but he knew how powerful Elder Qing was. He was a top expert of the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, Elder Qing was not a figure from the Green Continent. He was an envoy from another place. The momentary silence in the hall was quickly broken as they were curious about Li Lingtian's token. Yang Zhiqing also felt that something was wrong. A token that could make His Majesty so surprised was definitely not that simple. Could it be that something unexpected was about to happen? Pavilion Master Tianyu. What is the Sky Pavilion Master? He is the Sky Pavilion Master? How is that possible? What is the identity of the Sky Pavilion Master? Could it be that Pavilion Master Tian, you, can look down on ruler? Most of the people in the imperial court were civil officials, so they didn't know what the Heavenly Pavilion Master was. Even some super experts might not be able to find the Heavenly Pavilion Master. Only a few Martial King Realm guards were shocked. This was because the Sky Pavilion Master was equivalent to the Sect Master of Sky Cloud Sect, or even an existence that surpassed the Sect Master. I'm ignorant. If you knew the identity of the Sky Pavilion Master, you wouldn't be so ignorant. General Liu, what do you mean? What do I mean? Look at your Majesty. Since you can come into contact with the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master, you should know about the Sky Cloud Sect Master, right? General Liu Qinghe, was one of the few people in the imperial court who knew about the Pavilion Master of the Sky Pavilion. He was also extremely shocked. It was hard for him to imagine that this youth was the Pavilion Master of the Sky Pavilion. There was no one who didn't worship the strong. The civil and military officials were opposing each other, and these generals had always disliked civil officials. Now that they had such an opportunity to attack the other party, how could they let it go so easily? Sky Cloud Sect Master. He is the sect leader of the 4 great sects of our empire. I naturally know about him. Is there any connection between the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master and the Sky Cloud Sect Master? Everyone started to discuss. Liu Qinghe was speechless when he heard this blockhead. Was this still a civil official? Why would he ask such a stupid question? Yang Zhiqing. The patrol team has failed in their duties. From today onwards, the patrol team will be handed over to General Qingping. General Qingping will be promoted to rank 2. Li Lingtian, as the heir of the empire, has brought glory to the country. I shall confer you a title of nobility. You're still too young, so one shall confer Li Chongyang the title of Duke of North Peace. Nangong Haoming muttered to himself for a long time before he finally announced. Everyone was stunned. He did not expect things to turn out like this. This was a token that turned the situation around. Originally, the Yang family had planned to completely wipe out the Pingbei Marquis residents from the imperial court. However, in the end, the Yang family lost the city defense unit. The Pingbei Marquis residents had Li Chongyang become Duke Pingbei, and the city defense unit had also become the Pingbei Marquis residences. Because Cheng Ping was the former subordinate of Marquis Pingbei, even a fool would understand that the emperor was suppressing the Yang family to promote Marquis Pingbei. Soon, everyone left the hall. Yang Zhiqing's face was ashen. He didn't know how to explain this to the family head. Li Chongyang from a northern Marquis residence had become Duke of Northern Peace, and his status had skyrocketed. Countless courtiers had come to curry favor with Li Suifeng, and Li Lingtian had finally witnessed how thick-skinned these courtiers were. When Li Lingtian and Li Chongyang returned to the Marquis residence, it was bustling with activity. Gossip always spread the fastest. Before the two of them returned, the news of Li Chongyang being conferred the title of Duke of Pingbei had already reached the Marquis residence. Li Chongyang was Li Lingtian's grandfather. He had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years in preparation to break through to a higher realm. There was no news of him until now. However, Li Lingtian was not interested in such matters. However, the appearance of someone in his line of sight made him smile. Big brother Ling Tian. That's right, this person was Tang Ziming, his fiancée. After he returned from Hidden Dragon Island, Tang Ziming left Sky Cloud Sect and returned to Sky Dragon City. He did not expect to come to his house today and see this little beauty. His mood immediately improved. Tang Ziming missed Li Lingtian ever since he entered Hidden Dragon Island. She had been cultivating diligently ever since she returned to Sky Dragon City. This period of time was when he was trying to break through to warrior spirit. He did not expect that his brother Ling Tian had returned to Sky Dragon City. Moreover, Li Lingtian's story was spreading like wildfire. Meng Meng. When Li Lingtian saw Tang Ziming lunging at him, he gave her a gentle hug before he sized her up. This little beauty of his was becoming more and more beautiful and charming. However, there were too many people here, so it was not a good influence. There were still many people watching. Then, he gently pushed Tang Ziming away, and the two of them went to the living room. Qin Su Su, Li Xiao Xiao, and the rest were smiling at Li Lingtian and his wife, causing Li Lingtian to feel awkward. Big brother Lingtian, let's go out and play, okay? Tang Ziming whispered into Li Lingtian's ear when she saw people looking at them from all directions. Her heart was thumping nonstop. All right, let's go out and play. Li Lingtian nodded before the two of them bowed to Li Suifeng and his wife and left. Li Xiao Xiao and Tang Ziming's maid left the living room together. After leaving the living room, Li Lingtian casually waved his hand, and a guard came before him. Young master, what instructions do you have? Wu Yin stood with a bow. He was a Tier 4 warrior king, but he knew in his heart that he would not be a match for his young master, even if he cultivated for another 100 years, let alone a Tier 4 warrior king. His young master was extremely powerful and had endless means. His alchemy skills were unparalleled, and he had countless spiritual fruits. There were countless guards who wanted to curry favor with his young master. He did not expect that he would get the opportunity. I want to go out for a walk. Prepare a ride. Li Lingtian instructed Wu Yun as he walked. Tang Ziming's fair hand was holding his arm, and she looked extremely happy. Li Xiao Xiao and Tang Ziming's maid, Qing Ping, followed behind. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Yunlong Stream 1. Chapter 105. Yunlong Stream 1. All right, young master, please wait a moment. Wu Yun was instantly as excited as if he had won a $5 million prize. Accompany young master to go out and have fun. This kind of thing was like a pie falling from the sky. After saying that, he ran out. He no longer looked like a martial king. Li Lingtian had grown numb to the guard's behavior over the past few days. In his opinion, it was normal. The North Peace Manor was huge. After walking for a full 10 minutes, Li Lingtian and the rest finally arrived at the manor's main entrance. There was already a manor beast carriage waiting for them at the entrance. This beast carriage was completely different from Zheng Lin's beast carriage. The beast carriage in front of him was extremely luxurious, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. It was pulled by two tall and mighty grade 3 azure cloud beasts. This beast carriage alone symbolized the status of a top-level official of the empire. Only officials of the second rank and above were qualified to own such a beast carriage, and only those of the second rank could ride it. Wu Yin knew that Li Lingtian's identity was extraordinary. In terms of true identity, even the emperor would not dare to provoke him. Naturally, he was qualified to ride in this beast carriage. Young master, please. Young madam, please. When Wu Yun saw Li Lingtian and the others, he bowed respectfully. However, his words stunned Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming blushed. Although she was Big Brother Ling Tian's fiancée and she liked him, she was not married yet. How could she be so thick-skinned to be called young madam in front of Big Brother Ling Tian? Their hearts were pounding nonstop. They lowered their heads and dared not look at Li Lingtian. They quickly boarded the beast carriage. For a moment, no one spoke and the atmosphere was awkward. Wen also felt that something was wrong. However, she remembered that Miss Purple Dream was young master's fiancée. It was only a matter of time before she was addressed like this. As long as young master did not object, it would be fine. The interior of the beast carriage was spacious and bright. It was luxuriously decorated, just like an elegant room. Tang Ziming leaned gently against Li Lingtian with a blissful expression on her face. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping wanted to laugh at the sight of Li Lingtian, but they could only hold it in. To Cloud Dragon Stream, Li Lingtian instructed Wu Yun, who was waiting outside the beast carriage. Although he had not been in Sky Dragon City for the past few years, he was still familiar with the city. Cloud Dragon Stream was one of the few places with the best scenery in Sky Dragon City. It was also the gathering place for countless royal children, dukes, and scholars. All right, Wu Yin was extremely happy. He personally drove the beast carriage, and it quickly sped into the distance. Were you holding it in for? Laugh if you want to. Li Lingtian saw Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping's expressions. If they continued to hold it in, they would definitely suffer internal injuries. When Li Xiaoxiao was alone with him, she could be unrestrained. But when there were outsiders, she didn't dare to be like this because this was the etiquette of the Pingbei Marquis estate. The two maids giggled nonstop when he finished speaking. However, Tang Ziming was even more exasperated as she kept twisting Li Lingtian's arm. Although he was shy, he was extremely happy in his heart. Although Sky Dragon City was overcrowded, the entire city was 6,000 square kilometers. The buildings were orderly, and there were rows of pavilions. The green stone street was 20 meters wide, and there were shops and pedestrians on both sides. It was no different from the big cities in his previous life. However, the architectural style was that of the Tang dynasty, and the pedestrians were the same as the ancient Tang dynasty, but their enthusiasm did not decrease at all. Big Brother Ling Tian, tell Ming Ming about what happened in Hidden Dragon Island. After a while, Tang Ziming finally calmed down and asked Li Lingtian in a soft voice. She was well aware of the dangers in Hidden Dragon Island. Fortunately, her brother Lingtian had returned safely. Moreover, he had become a super genius with incomparably powerful strength. All right then, Li Lingtian said with a smile. The three little beauties in the beast carriage were naturally in a good mood as they took out some spirit fruits. He didn't want to use the other fruits at all. There were spiritual fruits in his divine dragon ring, so he naturally wouldn't waste them. Moreover, one was his maid, the other was his fiancée, and the other was also his fiancée's maid. They weren't outsiders. Wow, this fruit's spiritual energy is so dense. Could it be a spiritual fruit? Qingping exclaimed when she saw the spirit fruit Li Lingtian took out. She had seen spirit fruits before, but they did not have such dense spirit qi. He was already satisfied with just meeting her, let alone enjoying her. Tang Ziming was also extremely surprised. Although she was the precious daughter of the Tang family, spiritual fruits were still rare. She would still cherish them if she saw them once in a while. He did not expect Li Lingtian to casually take out a dozen 10-year-old spirit fruits at once. He thought about Hidden Dragon Island and guessed that Brother Lingtian must have obtained these spirit fruits there. Yes, eat it. I don't have anything else, but one have a lot of spiritual fruits. Li Lingtian teased Qingping with a smile. Likely Xiao, Qingping had always been Tang Ziming's maid, and he had known her for a long time. Thank you, young master. Qingping was stunned when she heard Li Lingtian's words. Although she was Tang Ziming's maid, she had never enjoyed such a spirit fruit before. She did not expect Li Lingtian to bring it out for them to eat. Li Xiaoxiao did not feel anything. She had obtained quite a number of such spiritual fruits in the past few days. As long as Li Lingtian was around, he would not use fruits, but spiritual fruits instead. Just like that, Li Lingtian talked about the Hidden Dragon Island while enjoying the spirit fruit. However, he did not want Tang Ziming to worry about the unimportant matters. The three little beauties listened to Li Lingtian's experiences while eating the spirit fruit. They were excited when they heard about some of the places. Tang Ziming knew that it would not be so easy on Hidden Dragon Island. Brother Lingtian did not mention the dangers because he did not want her to worry. Despite the three little beauties, the dozen or so spiritual fruits were quickly taken care of. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and the dozen or so spiritual fruits appeared on the coffee table once again. Young master, how many spiritual fruits do you have? Could it be that you know how to change spells? Qing Ping watched as Li Lingtian ate the spirit fruits like they were fruits. In fact, they were endless. She grew even more curious and excited. As Tang Ziming's maid, in this world, a maid would be married off with a young lady. In other words, when Tang Ziming married Li Lingtian, she would be a maid as well. The young man in front of her was handsome and charming enough to make all the women in the world fall for him. In the future, she would be satisfied with everything if she followed him. Let me think about it. Actually, even if you eat it like rice, you won't be able to finish it in 100 years. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he replied calmly. He was very fond of the little beauty before him. At the very least, she was pleasing to the eyes and heart. Wow, so many. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. When Tianqing. Chapter 106. When Tianqing. The three little beauties were shocked beyond words. However, they soon thought that Li Lingtian was just teasing them. Nevertheless, they were still very happy. Unknowingly, the beast carriage had already arrived at the Cloud Dragon Stream. Wu Yin found a place to park the beast carriage and stopped it. Young master, we have arrived at the Cloud Dragon Stream. Wu Yin respectfully called out to Li Lingtian. Let's go down. It's been a long time since we've been here. Li Lingtian said as he reached out to hold Tang Ziming's jade-like hand. He felt a little nostalgic. Yeah, the last time Big Brother Lingtian brought Meng Meng here was 8 years ago. Tang Ziming pouted her rosy lips, looking adorable. She leaned gently on Li Lingtian's arm and alighted from the carriage. The Cloud Dragon Stream was already at the edge of the city. Only a part of it belonged to the city, while the rest was outside. Those who came here to play were either the young masters and young ladies of rich aristocratic families, the descendants of the imperial family, or the geniuses of the sections. Each of them had a maid or attendant behind them. Some luxurious beast carriages were parked outside the Cloud Dragon Stream. From the beast carriages, one could tell the identity of these people. Li Lingtian scanned the area. He finally understood that it was only when he arrived in the capital that he realized how many officials there were and what a high-ranking official was. The beast carriages here were incomparably luxurious, even more luxurious than the ones in the Marquis Manor. The arrival of Li Lingtian's beast carriage attracted the attention of many. After all, only rank 2 officials were allowed to ride in these 2 beast carriages. However, when they saw that it was only a youth who got off the beast carriage, they all revealed disdainful expressions. When they saw Tang Ziming and the other 2 maids, many young masters and warriors from aristocratic families were excited. Of course, Li Lingtian was nothing but air. Young master, the scenery over there is better. This subordinate will send you there from here. Seeing the malicious gazes of many martial artists and young masters, Wu Yin quickly said, he would try his best not to let his young master meet these people. If something happened, he would be in trouble. Li Lingtian did not say a word as he walked straight ahead. The Yunlong Stream was indeed one of the most scenic spots in Sky Dragon City. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a place with fewer people. Wu Yin followed from afar. At this time, he did not want to be a third wheel. Otherwise, he would be a fool or courting death. Tang Ziming's little hand was holding Li Lingtian's arm. The beautiful scenery around her no longer existed in her eyes, because Li Lingtian was the only person in her world. Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping were also overjoyed. They weaved some beautiful flowers into garlands and wore them on their heads. After leaving the mansion, they were like birds that had just come out of their cages. The few of them walked for a full 3 hours, and Tang Ziming felt a little tired. Finally, the 4 of them arrived at a pavilion at the top of the mountain. Li Lingtian finally understood why the men in his previous life did not want to go shopping with women. Shopping was not something a man could bear. Even with the company of a peerless beauty, he still felt tired. It was even more tiring than fighting with a martial arts grandmaster. He did not understand why a seemingly weak girl would be so tireless when she played. However, just as he arrived at the pavilion and sat down, he heard an extremely discordant voice. "Move aside. This is the seat my young master wants to sit on. You don't have the right to sit here." The voice was unruly and did not sound like a servant at all. Instead, it sounded like a domineering master. Li Lingtian and the rest followed the voice and saw a few young men walking over from another path. There were also a dozen guards and maids. A few fellows seeking death. When he saw these people, he had already understood their cultivation and strength. They were all at the Martial King realm, and there was even a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster. "Why? We arrived here first." Li Xiaoxiao did not say anything when she saw Li Lingtian. However, she had learned a lot about Li Lingtian over the past few days. Although Li Lingtian did not say anything, it did not mean that he was afraid. In his heart, young master was the strongest. No matter how many people there were, they were just a pile of trash. "You don't know if you're dead or alive. Don't you have eyes? Young master Wen Tianqing is here. Why aren't you guys leaving? Do you want to die?" A young man dressed like a young master said coldly. His face was full of flattery. He was a rank 5 martial king, but in front of the martial arts grandmaster beside him, he was a complete clown. The other guards, maids, and attendants had already arrived outside the pavilion and immediately surrounded it. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak was extremely oppressive. "Brat, get lost. We want this place, but these 3 girls have to stay." A Tier 9 warrior king youth looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. In his eyes, a warrior spirit disciple with 3 beauties accompanying him was like a toad eating swan meat. All the other disciples of the aristocratic families also looked at Tang Zimeng and the other 2. One had to know that Tang Zimeng was so beautiful that even a heaven immortal could not compare to her. Although Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping were maids, they were also extremely beautiful. Really, Li Lingtian looked at Wen Tianqing, the most powerful of them all. He would not die if he did not seek death. Since he wanted to seek death, he should die. As he spoke, he looked at Wen Tianqing indifferently, completely ignoring the other martial king disciples. Judging from their attire, these people should not be from Sky Dragon City. It should be a junior disciple of some sect or family. How dare he have designs on his own woman? Wasn't this courting death? Dragons had reverse scales, and they would be enraged if they were touched. His reverse scales were his family, friends, and women. "Brat, who are you talking to? This is the 3rd young master of the one family. Do you think you are qualified to talk to him?" When the Tier 4 warrior king who had started speaking saw that Li Lingtian had ignored him and was being ignored in front of these beauties, he was instantly enraged. If Wen Tianqing had not spoken, he would have killed this little warrior spirit disciple. "Yes, you leave. The 3 of them have to stay." Wen Tianqing stared at Tang Zimeng with a look of amazement. She had never seen such a beautiful and charming girl before. She was completely mesmerized by the girl in front of her. "All right, you can get lost now." Li Lingtian's face was calm and collected, but his eyes were sharp as he stared at Wen Tianqing. He raised one hand, and the space trembled slightly. A powerful demonic force burst forth, and a huge multicolored beast appeared before everyone. Multicolored beast. Tier 4, Level 4 multicolored beast. Oh my god! Why is there a Tier 4 multicolored beast? In an instant, everyone cried out in surprise. Tang Zimeng and the other 2 ladies were equally astonished. They were well aware of Li Lingtian's strength, but they did not expect him to use a Tier 4 mystical beast. Roar! With a loud roar, the powerful pressure suppressed everyone. Wen Tianqing was also shocked. A 4th tier demonic beast was equivalent to a 4th tier martial arts grandmaster. She was only a 1st tier martial arts grandmaster. Wouldn't she be courting death if she fought with this demonic beast? He had wanted to show off in front of the beauty just now. But now, a warrior spirit opponent had taken out a Tier 4 demonic beast. His face turned green and white, and he looked extremely ugly. "All right, let's go." When Tianqing was shocked, She no longer cared about her face. Her life was more important. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Acting. Chapter 107. Acting. After forcefully resisting the pressure of the tier 4 multicolored beast, he turned around and was about to leave. The other martial kings also planned to leave. However, a few guards and servants could not move at all in the face of the pressure of the demonic beast. They were ignored and gave up. "I told you to scram, not leave," Li Ling Tian said coldly. Against these trash, even if he did not make a move, he could still kill them all. You're too much." How could a warrior king not be enraged when he heard Li Ling Tian's lukewarm words and was humiliated in front of so many guards and servants? However, when he looked at the tall and mighty multicolored beast, he could only lower his noble head and lie down slowly, preparing to roll down. The multicolored beast withdrew its pressure. All the martial kings were prepared to scram. They were bound to be strong. Wen Tianqing was the only one who looked at Li Ling Tian with a cold gaze. As a martial arts grandmaster and a genius disciple of the Wen family, how could he just roll away in front of a beauty? "Before you scram, you have to cripple your cultivation or stay here forever," Li Ling Tian said coldly as he stared at Wen Tianqing. If he was not convinced, he would die. He was already indifferent to his own life. He had seen countless powerhouses die in the past few battles. "This is too much. Our young master, one is a friend of Pingbei Marquis Residence's young master, Li Ling Tian. If you dare to offend young master one, aren't you afraid of Li Ling Tian?" One of the guards said loudly, causing everyone to be stunned. Li Ling Tian, Tang Zimeng, Li Xiao, and Qingping were also stunned. Their expressions kept changing. "If you scram quickly and leave the three of them behind, our young master one might consider sparing your life." Seeing the change in Li Ling Tian and the rest's expressions, the warrior kings were delighted as well. They thought that Li Ling Tian and the rest were frightened. During this period of time, many people in Sky Dragon City had been spreading rumors about Li Ling Tian's deeds. At the critical moment, they suddenly thought of Li Ling Tian and wanted to use him to suppress the few people before them. Wen Tianqing's face revealed a trace of surprise, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was satisfied with the quick work of this servant beside her. He could easily catch the attention of the few people in front of her. "I'm scared. I'm really scared. Do you know Li Ling Tian?" Li Ling Tian almost burst out laughing in his heart. It was truly a coincidence to encounter such a situation. He can meet all kinds of people. Wasn't it nonsense for someone to use his reputation to suppress him in front of him? However, there was a look of fear on his face. If he really went to act, the title of best actor would definitely belong to him. "Young master, I'm so scared." Li Xiao and the other two immediately understood. They tried their best not to laugh and quickly played along with Li Ling Tian's act. Instantly, the four of them looked like frightened birds, causing the martial king and servants outside the pavilion to heave a sigh of relief. Moreover, their eyes revealed a sinister look. I'll take this demonic beast and cripple your own cultivation. Scram, the three of you stay." When Tianqing was relieved to see Li Ling Tian and the others in such a state, she walked toward the pavilion and sat down on a stool without restraint. "Young master," Li Ling Tian was bored and was prepared to continue his act. However, a voice rang out and he knew that it was impossible for him to continue acting. A middle-aged martial king guard ran over quickly. He was stunned when he saw Wen Tianqing sitting with his young master. He thought Wen Tianqing was his young master's new friend. "Greetings, young master and young mistress." "Isn't this young master Wen? It's rare for young noble one to hit it off so well with our young noble Ling Tian." Wu Yan bowed to Li Ling Tian and Tang Zimeng. Tang Zimeng was left speechless by Wu Yan's habit of addressing Tang Zimeng as young madam. She did not know if he was doing it on purpose or out of habit. If she were to say it out loud, she would feel even more embarrassed. However, everyone was stunned when they heard that when Tianqing and Li Ling Tian hit it off. Li Lingtian, Tang Zimeng, and the others smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, hee hee, this is too funny. This is too funny. That's right, our young noble Ling Tian and young noble when really hit it off, hee hee. Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing in front of all the warrior kings and Wen Tianqing. Then Li Xiaoxiao, Tang Zimeng, and Qingping all laughed. They laughed so hard that it made their blood boil. The others were stunned. Their faces were as ugly as they could be, especially Wen Tianqing's. What did you say? He was young noble Ling Tian? Li Lingtian? He's Pingbei Marquis Residences, Li Lingtian? If he's the son of Marquis Pingbei, Li Lingtian, then isn't she Tang Zimeng, Duke Tang's granddaughter? The few martial kings and servants who had a smug look on their faces earlier asked in disbelief. In their hearts, they had assumed that the young man's name was Li Lingtian. What's wrong? If you don't know my young master, then why are you sitting with him? When Tianqing, young master one, what is going on? Wu Yun stretched out his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. It was the token of the North Marquis Guard. When this token was lit up, it represented the North Marquis residence. What everyone didn't want to believe had become the truth, and it looked extremely ugly. Wu Yun, they want you to scram, and they want them to stay. I'm a little scared. Li Lingtian stood up and pretended to be afraid. At this moment, everyone was cursing Li Lingtian a few hundred times in their hearts. To pretend to be bitter at a time like this, was this not embarrassing? How could he be afraid? The famous young master Ling Tian had killed 24 rank 3 martial kings with one move and crippled the patrol captain who was at the peak of rank 9 martial king with one move. He had bragged in front of this person and even claimed that he and Wen Tianqing were friends. He had used Li Lingtian's name to oppress Li Lingtian himself. He was utterly humiliated. This was also the reason why no one knew who Li Lingtian was. They did not know what Li Lingtian looked like or his cultivation level. Otherwise, they would not have used his name to oppress the main body. Wu Yun was well aware that these people were bullying Li Lingtian's group with their strength and numbers. Li Lingtian's group had been putting on an act all along, but his arrival had stopped the act. So you're Li Lingtian? When Tianqing wished she could find a hole to hide in. She was a genius disciple of the One family, a grandmaster powerhouse of the Tang Tang family, yet she wanted to use the reputation of a warrior spirit disciple to threaten others. He had even admitted that he was a friend of that warrior spirit disciple. He had lowered his net worth to cater to a warrior spirit disciple, and now, that person was the youth in front of him. I'm Li Lingtian. Since you want me to leave, I'll leave. Li Lingtian held Tang Zimeng's hand and was about to leave the pavilion. Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao followed behind him. Wu Yin was puzzled. Since when did his young master become so easy to talk to? But before he left, when Tianqing spoke, Young Master Li, please forgive me. I was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. I have offended young master. Please forgive me. You trash. Why don't you apologize to young Master Li? If young Master Li doesn't accept your apology, one will cripple you. When Tianqing knew that she was really unlucky today, how could she encounter such a thing? She looked at the other martial kings and servants with a sharp gaze. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Power 1. Chapter 108, Power 1. Young Master Li, please spare my life. One was blind. Young Master Li, just treat me as a fart and let me go. Young Noble Ling Tian, please forgive me. Begging for mercy was heard everywhere. Everyone knelt on the ground, tears rolling down their faces. They looked extremely miserable. Li Lingtian was speechless as he no longer looked like a martial king. Now that his identity had been exposed, it would not be easy to kill these people. If these people did not know him, he would have killed them for nothing. However, his identity had already been exposed, so he could only spare their lives. It was the crucial moment of the competition in Sky Dragon City. He did not want to make enemies everywhere. He was not afraid, but he did not want to cause trouble for his father's family. I'm fine, but my Ming Ming and the others are in shock. What do you think we should do? Li Lingtian looked troubled as he returned to his stool and sat down. He looked at the warrior king and his servants kneeling in front of him with a frightened expression. At the same time, Tang Ziming and the other two girls pretended to be frightened and cooperated seamlessly. When Tianqing and the others who were kneeling on the ground were furious. They didn't look frightened at all, but they didn't dare to say anything. 1,000 spirit stones. Thank you for your respect. A Tier 3 warrior king guard took out 1,000 spiritual stones. Naturally, he knew what Li Lingtian meant. Since this was extortion, they could only accept it. You motherfucker, I'll reward you with this fruit. Li Lingtian suddenly cursed. With a wave of his hand, a spirit fruit flew out and struck the Tier 3 warrior king guard's Dantian. The guard did not resist at all, and a pained expression appeared on his face as his cultivation was crippled. Everyone's heart trembled. A warrior spirit youth had crippled a Tier 3 warrior king guard with just a random fruit. What kind of strength was this? However, when they saw the fruit that crippled a rank 3 martial king guard, they were stunned. This was a spiritual fruit, and he actually used it to smash people. Wasn't 1,000 spirit stones insulting others? 1,000,000 spirit stones per person. If you don't have it, you can leave your life behind. As for you, 30 million spirit stones. Li Lingtian glared at the kneeling warrior before shifting his gaze to the trembling Wen Tianqing. The Wen family was powerful, but Li Lingtian's reputation was not small. Hence, he did not pay any attention to them. There was a huge gap between a first-level martial arts grandmaster and a peak 9th-level martial king. However, this young man had crippled Yang Haozong, who was at the peak of the 9th-level martial king, with one strike. He was a first-level martial arts grandmaster, so how much hope did he have of defeating this young man in front of him? Furthermore, there was a 4th-level demonic beast eyeing him covetously. 1,000,000. 1,000,000. I don't have 1,000,000. Are you robbing me? 30 million. Everyone exclaimed. When Tianqing could not sit still anymore. 30 million? Even a martial arts grandmaster like him could not afford 30 million. 3 million was more like it. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not afford 30 million. Go collect the spirit stones. If you don't have 1,000,000, you'll be killed. Li Lingtian called out to Wu Yun. The multicolored beast's aura burst forth once again. The Tier 4 level 4 aura suppressed all the warrior kings and servants once again. Big brother, one only have 700,000. I only have 920,000 yuan. Okay. I only have 310,000. I only have 70,000. Some martial kings could still barely fork out 1,000,000, but those servants did not have 1,000,000. Scram to the side and wait for young master's punishment. Wu Yun's face was filled with excitement as he kept a large number of spiritual stones into his storage bag. He did not let a single spiritual stone go. Then he kicked a rank 3 martial king guard to the side. Li Lingtian, I heard that you killed a Tier 9 warrior king some time ago. Did you rely on this mystical beast? Wen Tianqing's expression kept changing. In the end, she said with a trembling voice, looking at the multicolored beast with fear. Are you testing my patience? I'll give you one chance. Take one of my moves, and you can scram. If you can't take it, then it won't be 30 million, but 300 million. Li Lingtian said coldly with a nonchalant expression on his face. He was a Tier 9 warrior spirit who spoke with confidence when facing a warrior ascendant, completely disregarding the strength of a warrior ascendant. All the martial artists had the illusion that the youth in front of them was not a youth, but a supreme grandmaster. It was like a martial arts grandmaster reprimanding a martial arts disciple. Who was the real Wu Zong? A warrior spirit's disciple was actually superior to Wen Tianqing, a rank 1 martial grandmaster. All right, that's what you said. Wen Tianqing's face lit up with joy. No matter where it was, gossip was always the most exaggerated. A warrior spirit could never defeat a warrior king. This was also a special rule in the divine martial continent for countless years, unless he used a top-notch treasure. However, even if he used a top-notch treasure, there was no possibility of him losing to a warrior spirit. If he could defeat this warrior spirit disciple, he would become famous in the Heavenly Dragon sect. Tang Zimeng, Li Xiaoxiao, Qingping, and Wu Yun were all stunned. Li Lingtian's reputation was not small recently, but they did not believe that he could win against a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. Then 1 foot 11 inches show you what an attack is. Li Lingtian stood up and walked out with his hands behind his back. He stood tall in his white robe with his long flowing hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like the stars. For a moment, all the girls present were stunned. Spiritual purple shield, activate. Heavenly Yang body, defense. Shield of the earth, 9 cloud wind technique. When a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster used 4 top-notch defenses consecutively, no matter which one it was not something that a martial king could break. When the 4 defenses were combined, not even a martial arts grandmaster could break it, let alone a martial king. On the top of the mountain, the terrifying aura of a martial arts grandmaster skyrocketed. Everyone struggled in front of the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. This was the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. That's right. If you hadn't met me, even a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster wouldn't have been able to break through your defense. But your luck is very bad. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. He was shocked when he saw Tianqing displaying 4 types of top-notch defenses. Only the genius disciples of the super clans could cultivate such defenses. If he had not met him, a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster would not have been able to break through this defense. However, he had met him, so he deserved to be unlucky. Tianqing's expression was extremely ugly as she spoke. She had a feeling that an elder was guiding a junior in cultivation. However, when he saw Li Lingtian cleaning up, his expression changed drastically. Li Lingtian took a step forward and his aura surged. A majestic aura emerged from his body. No one knew what kind of aura it was because no one had seen it before. It was called Dragon's Might. He had cultivated the true dragon body barrier and tempered his body with dragon energy. Naturally, he was also a member of the dragon race. With 1 hand and 1 body, he made a simple gesture. However, this seemingly ordinary gesture shocked all the martial artists present. Simple but not dignified. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Overbearing Heaven Flipping Seal. Chapter 109. Overbearing Heaven Flipping Seal. A mysterious light flashed within. He waved his right hand continuously, and strange hand gestures appeared in the air. Then, the hand gestures combined into one, and a shocking palm print appeared in the air. The Heaven Up Seal is born from the power of the world. You're just a martial arts grandmaster. You can only be destroyed. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. Like a martial arts grandmaster, he did not move, but the giant palm in the air grew stronger as all the spirit chi gathered. The warriors in the cloud dragon stream could clearly feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy. They looked up into the sky and saw a 10-meter-wide handprint floating in the air. The giant palm carried a shocking might. No one could break through the power of heaven and earth. What a powerful handprint. It's at least an earth-rank skill. One wonder which super expert is using such a giant palm. One believed that even a martial arts grandmaster will vanish into thin air with this attack. One don't think there are any experts coming to Cloud Dragon Stream today. Why is there such a powerful handprint? Countless experts and geniuses of the Cloud Dragon Stream were shocked. This giant palm was an Earth-class skill, but it had already come into contact with the power of the world. The power of the world was something that warriors could not easily come into contact with. In the face of such power, any powerhouse below the martial arts grandmaster level would not even have the slightest intention to resist. Li Lingtian had been blessed during this period of time and had cultivated the grand palm imprint to the mastery stage. When Tianqing's expression finally changed, she turned pale and frightened. The other martial kings all prostrated on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Destroy. Li Lingtian looked at the giant palm print in the sky seriously. His entire body seemed to have merged with the force of heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, the shocking giant palm print smashed down fiercely. The mountain peak trembled as if it was about to collapse. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was this still a warrior spirit's disciple? Even an ordinary martial arts grandmaster powerhouse might not be able to unleash such an attack. 50 meters, 40 meters. The giant palm slowly descended. Every time it descended, the pressure and power would be several times stronger. The pressure it gave off would be several times stronger. No one dared to imagine what would happen if this attack hit. 10 meters. The peak of the mountain kept shaking, and the top of the mountain was also pressed down fiercely, 10 meters lower. One Tianqing, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, had blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. The 4 layers of defense were actually broken by the pressure of this giant palm print. He was completely exposed in front of the giant palm print. One admit defeat, I admit defeat. Bang! Wen Tianqing's face turned pale. She had a mental breakdown. She couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. His mind was shaken. Facing this giant palm, his heart was filled with the shadow of the giant palm. This heaven-flipping seal of mine isn't something you can withstand. You're very tactful. Even a rank 5 martial arts grandmaster would be killed in one strike, let alone a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster like you. Li Lingtian withdrew his giant palm imprint, and the spirit chi between heaven and earth returned to normal. All the warriors felt as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. A gentle breeze blew past them, cooling their backs and soaking their clothes. Take out all your spirit stones. If you owe them, write in 1 OU. Li Lingtian returned to the pavilion and spoke calmly. He looked at Wen Tianqing, who was kneeling on the ground with a calm gaze. His words had caused everyone to break down. What kind of person was this? Soon, Wen Tianqing took out 7 million spiritual stones and wrote in 1 OU for 293 million. Everyone was speechless. 300 million. Even the one family might not be able to fork out 300 million spiritual stones. Wouldn't that kill Wen Tianqing? Everyone, do you still want to enjoy the scenery with me? After Wu Yin put away the spiritual stones, Li Lingtian's sharp gaze swept across all the warriors as he spoke coldly. No, it's fine. I'll take my leave. All of a sudden, all the martial artists disappeared, running faster than ghosts. The little episode passed just like that. They were no longer in the mood to stay there. Li Lingtian and the rest found another pavilion to rest. They took out their spirit fruits and enjoyed the scenery while enjoying them. By the way, why are you up here? Li Lingtian looked at Wu Yun, and the 3 girls looked at him at the same time. If it were not for Wu Yun's arrival, they could have put on a show for a long time. One saw Wen Tianqing and the others coming up, and I was worried that young master would have an unpleasant encounter with them. This Wen Tianqing is not only a genius disciple of the One family, but also the future prince consort of the 3rd princess of Tianjin Empire. Wu Yin said seriously. However, Li Lingtian had still taught Wen Tianqing a lesson. In his opinion, it did not matter if he was the emperor or the Fuma of Tianjin Empire. Everything would be fine as long as Li Lingtian was safe. Now that he had witnessed Li Lingtian's true strength, he was extremely excited. A Tier 9 warrior spirit was able to suppress a warrior ascendant powerhouse in one move. If Wen Tianqing had not begged for mercy, 10 Wen Tianqings would not have been enough to kill him. This is for the brothers below. Li Lingtian took out a portion of the spirit stones he had collected and gave the rest to Wu Yun and the guards from North Marquis residence. A dozen martial king realm guards, aristocratic family disciples, and servants added up to more than 14 million spirit stones. It was definitely not a small sum to reward so many spirit stones to the guards of the Marquis residence. Young master, this. Wu Yin saw so many spiritual stones. With over 300 guards, each of them could get 40 to 50,000 spiritual stones. Even though the spiritual stones were not a lot, he was touched by Li Lingtian's generosity toward the guards. There was more than 10 million here. If it was more than 100 million, Li Lingtian would have tipped them without a care. You go down first. I'll be back in a while. Li Lingtian did not wait for Wu Yun's reply before tossing a spirit fruit to him. He then waved his hand in a carefree manner before ignoring Wu Yun. Wu Yun bowed respectfully and then retreated. He had already remembered this master in his heart and was willing to go through fire and water for this master. This is for the three of you. Li Lingtian divided the 7 million spiritual stones into 3 portions and handed them to Tang Zimin and the other 2. The 3 of them were not outsiders. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping each received 2 million spiritual stones, while Tang Ziming received 3 million. Big brother Ling Tian, young master. The 3 little beauties were stunned. This was the first time they had seen so many spiritual stones. However, they did not care about spiritual stones or wealth when they were with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had given them so many spiritual stones without hesitation, which made the 3 of them feel sour. It's just spirit stones. If you lack spirit stones in the future, just ask me for it. Li Lingtian looked at the horizon. The world he came from was also a world of money. Without money, one could not go anywhere. It was the same in this world. Even a super expert needed spiritual stones. All right, one got a few vermilion fruits from Hidden Dragon Island. They can help you maintain your appearance. Li Lingtian took out a blood-red fruit from the divine dragon ring. The fruit was filled with a rich spirit qi, and the blood-red fruit was almost translucent. It was mesmerizing at first glance. Chapter 1:10. Chapter 11:0. Pill Refinement 1. Chapter 11:0. Pill Refinement 1. A 500-year-old vermilion fruit. That's great. When the 3 little beauties saw the vermilion fruit, they immediately turned their attention to it. The vermilion fruit itself was a spiritual fruit, and this vermilion fruit was 500 years old. It had a unique youth-retaining effect and could also cleanse one's meridians and marrow. There were endless benefits to using it for the first time. However, there weren't many of these fruits. He had only obtained 40 or so from Hidden Dragon Island, and he had consumed one. Without hesitation, Tang Ziming grabbed one of them and kissed Li Lingtian's face excitedly. The air froze as Li Xiaoxiao, Qingping, and Li Lingtian were stunned. However, she soon burst into laughter. Tang Ziming was the only one who blushed and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian because she was too happy. Moreover, she had been together with Li Lingtian since they were young, and they were engaged when they were young. Now that she was an adult, the love between them was even more heart-wrenching. After that, the few of them strolled around the Cloud Dragon Stream for a while before walking towards the beast carriage. A total of 5 hours had passed. By the time they returned, it was already very late. Qingping and Tang Ziming naturally stayed in the manor. As the fiancé of Li Lingtian, the heir of the marquisdom, and with the good relationship between the Tang family and the Li family, Tang Ziming often played here when she was young and stayed at the marquisdom at night. At night, Li Lingtian and the others chatted in the pavilion. In the middle of the night, Li Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. Although the Heaven Up seal is only an Earth-rank skill, it's extremely powerful when it comes into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Thinking of the power he had displayed during the day, he was still shocked. If he had faced such an attack, he was not sure how confident he would be in taking it. After that, he began to comprehend and cultivate a few skills and techniques. The rest of the time, he used his genuine chi to refine the Roaring Dragon combat halberd. As for the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not dare to touch it anymore. Before he reached the martial arts grandmaster level, he would not easily touch the Celestial Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. However, the Roaring Dragon combat halberd could be nourished by true chi and dragon chi. There are still 20 days before the Sky Dragon Empire Genius Competition. I need to think of a way to refine the Sky Demon Pill and the Blue Dust Pill in these few days. This way, Xiao Bai and the others can also improve their cultivation. I'm still a warrior spirit, so I can still use the Blue Dust Pill for a while. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian began to study the blue dust pills recipe and the heaven fey pills recipe. As for the main ingredient of the blue dust pill, the 1,000-year stalactite milk, he had already found quite a few of them when he was at Hidden Dragon Island. There was even an old stalactite milk. Although it wasn't much, there were 2 jade bottles. It was enough to refine pills. There were more than 10 bottles of 1,000-year stalactite milk. 1,000-year stalactite milk was used to refine blue dust pills, but 10,000-year stalactite milk could be taken directly. 1 drop of it could instantly restore the genuine chi and genuine vitality of a martial artist above the martial king realm. No one knew about this treasure because if others knew about it, they would definitely become the target of pursuit. If a martial king or martial grandmaster martial artist had a drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk, they would be able to increase their true chi cultivation by 1 more time, and they would also have an extra life. After confirming that he was going to refine the elixir, Li Lingtian played with Tang Zimeng and the rest during the day and studied the elixir formula at night. After Tang Zimeng and her husband had fun at the Marquis Dome for 4 days, they returned to the Tang family. This way Li Lingtian could relax and refine pills in peace. Before the 2 of them left, they even gave some spirit fruits and pills, as well as a lot of spirit weapons and profound level weapons for Tang Zimeng and the other to use. As the days passed, Li Lingtian continued to refine pills in his room. No one saw him again except for Li Xiaoxiao, who would occasionally bring him food. Li Lingtian had already spent 11 days in his room. On this day, many guards and servants, as well as Sky Cloud's sex warriors, were quietly cultivating. Suddenly, they felt the spiritual energy fluctuation in the Marquis's mansion was intense. This kind of spiritual energy fluctuation was indeed not a good thing for martial artists who were cultivating. However, they did not say anything. Instead, they were surprised by the fluctuation of this spiritual chi. Usually, such irregular fluctuations of spiritual chi meant that someone was refining pills, refining weapons, or breaking through. No matter which one it was not a simple matter. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the courtyard where Li Lingtian was because all the spiritual chi was flowing toward Li Lingtian's room. What a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be that Brother Li is breaking through? This spiritual energy is heading towards Young Master's room. Young Master is a Tier 9 warrior spirit. Could it be that Young Master is about to make a breakthrough before the competition? If Young Master becomes a martial king, your chances of winning this competition will be even greater. Wu Yun had already told the guards about how Li Lingtian had suppressed the martial arts grandmaster at the peak of Cloud Dragon Stream. Upon hearing this, all the guards were shocked beyond words. Suppressing a Tier 1 warrior ascendant with 1 move? What kind of concept was this? Furthermore, this person was only a Tier 9 warrior spirit disciple. His young master's strength was simply too terrifying. Li Suifeng, his wife, and the rest were also observing Li Lingtian's courtyard seriously. However, no one dared to disturb him at this time. Heaven and earth are one, and the Tao technique is boundless. All spirits return to their original position, forming a true pill. In the room, the heaven and earth creation cauldron was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy. The medicinal liquid in the cauldron was also constantly solidifying. The spiritual energy stirred the medicinal liquid and fused with it. During this period of time, Li Lingtian did not make a move. He spent a full 10 days carefully comprehending it and finally had a sliver of confidence. He only made his move when he was confident. The heaven and earth creation cauldron had also absorbed the Empyrean demon sacred flame. Otherwise, he would have to find another cauldron. After everything was ready, he began to refine the pill. After 2 hours of refining, he had also started to refine more than 10 medicinal herbs, a type of inner core, and the blood essence of the demon beast. Now he had reached the critical moment of forming the pill. When forming a pill, a 4th grade medicinal pill must be infused with spiritual energy. This was also the so-called spirit infusion in alchemy. After pouring in spiritual energy for a full 10 minutes, the spiritual energy was also satisfied. In pill refinement, the control of spiritual energy was especially important. If there was more than one point, it would fail. If there was less, it would not meet the quality standards. Pill completed. With a soft shout, the heaven and earth creation cauldron opened. A string of gray shadows appeared. The gray shadows carried dense demonic power and more spiritual energy. That's right. This was the Tier 4 Heavenly Demon Pill that he had refined. The lowest tier of the Heavenly Demon Pill was Tier 4. As his alchemy skills improved, the quality and grade of the Heavenly Demon Pill could also increase. Some time ago, he had come to refine the Heaven Fey Pill for the sake of the Heaven Fey Pill. Now, he had finally refined it. That's right. 76 high-grade Sky Demon pills are enough for you to enjoy for a period of time. Looking at the 76 pills, Li Lingtian's face revealed a sense of accomplishment. The Tier 4 pills were just a practice. He had finally become a true alchemy grandmaster. This was only the beginning of alchemy. The Nightin of the infant carp beast was precious, but it was not as precious as the 1,000-year stalactite milk. He did not want to waste the stalactite milk, so he refined a Tier 4 Heavenly Yao pill. Collect the pills. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then, all the gray shadows entered the jade bottle. He put away the heaven and earth creation cauldron and left the room. He saw countless guards looking at him in surprise. "What are you guys doing?" Li Lingtian was taken aback by the situation before he asked, "That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."